my way in life. So just follow Hello, welcome everyone. My name is Hector Dominguez, and I'm working for the city of Portland. I'm coordinating the work on open data privacy and surveillance technologies. Today we are celebrating Open Data Day, International Open Data Day, and we're going to have like a great set of presentations today. And we started all this celebration last weekend with an open data discotheque, which is like a data hackathon. So uh, let's let's start. I really appreciate everyone who's joining today. So I'm gonna ask you to keep your video off, and some of the presentations as we go, we are going to be recording those presentations. This is actually live stream right now. So you can check the live stream on YouTube as well. Yeah. All right. So let me just start with a quick introduction on a reminder what open data is. I'm going to start also recording some of these um, presentations as well. Okay, let me see. Let me get my controls here. There we go. All right. So again, welcome everyone. My name is Hector Dominguez, and I'm the Open Data present coordinator for the city of Portland. Let's go. So open data, just as a reminder for everyone. So Hector Dominguez, Open Data Coordinator. I'm also coordinating privacy surveillance technologies. The city of Portland has one of the oldest open data ordinance in the country. So the first open data ordinance was approved by City Council in 2009. Then we have a new revised open data ordinance in 2017, which basically is telling all the city agencies that the data that we have has to be open access, is open by default, and it's just a way in which we can spread the activities that we do as a city. Uh-huh. It's also a tool for transparency, for communications and connecting with companies, with nonprofit organizations, academia, and other parties as well. So open data is that can be freely used, right? Reused and distributed by anyone. Open data also at the same time protects privacy, and it needs to assure there is a minimum quality and integrity in that in everything that we release. So it involves some internal processes and procedures to make sure that data quality is the best that we can offer. The open data, as I mentioned, is a bridge for transparency and public engagement. People can understand why and how we make decisions at the city of Portland and city agencies as well. And at the end, also open data empowers communities. And one of the biggest dreams is just to have open data, this idea of open data not only be part of city government, because we need to do it, for transparency, public trust, but also it's an encouragement for companies, for nonprofit organizations, for universities to release data as open, so we can start building this ecosystem and use that information in general for making better decisions and understand better what's happening in town. So open data has different principles, and there are a few frameworks around. So this is more or less what we are following in Portland. So it has to be public, it has to be accessible, meaning that both people and computers can actually have access to the data and information. It has to be described, meaning that it's documented, people understand and can find information about that data that we are releasing, the models that we are using, and all that is reusable. So we can actually take data for one purpose and then reuse it for other as we need it. It's open, right? It's complete. So we made make all the best efforts to make sure that everything that we need is there, timely, is actually current, is actually in real time. Sometimes data is 5 years ago, and that's with that information. Sometimes we need to make decisions, but we are making decisions with outdated data, and that's it's not the best. And it has to be managed post-release, meaning that we sort of can track a little bit about what's happening with that data. So at the same time, we are also protecting privacy, as I mentioned. So the city of Portland in 2018 has this set of privacy principles. So data in our program has two sides. One is the openness of data. The other one is protecting privacy. So we look into ways of keeping personal, identifiable information, confidential information, information that we cannot disclose for many different reasons, information that maybe we need to disclose in public record requests, but it may create some impact. So we keep it restricted. And also we try to keep it for the sole purpose for which it was collected. Um, so the data that we collect needs to bring this utility to agencies and the communities that we serve. And at the same time, we just are encouraging agencies to collect the minimum amount of that private and sensitive information just for what we need. We are also looking into data for when automated decision systems or algorithms like artificial intelligence require. We encourage using data in an ethical and not discriminatory way, of course. So open data at the end of all this, it just becomes this business intelligence tools for decision making, also a tool for community engagement, for creating more transparency. And you can visit our different open data portals throughout the city to understand information about traffic from people, public safety from obviously Portland Police, from BOEC, from Fire and Rescue, how the Portland uses the budget. So there is budget information. If you go to Portland Maps, and later today we are going to have a great presentation about how Portland Maps can be used. So you can find a lot of information there about on a map on different layers on how the city lives, how the city moves, and what's happening in our city through maps. So with all that, so closing up this short presentation and introduction to open data. So we are constantly working on improvement. We have been working for a while on trying to integrate all these different sources of data available to the public in one single catalog. We are working with our corporate geographic information system team on make that possible. So the current open data portal is actually hosted there with them. And we have an open data handbook, which is a guide on how we do data curation, data integrity checks, and how we start like building all these processes to make sure that the data has the right quality and we follow the privacy checks that we need to do. We are actually this year, we are hoping to do a revision of that, which that handbook, and then make something that is more aligned to what we have right now. And then once, working on the Open Data Portal, we hope to get more public engagement. It's not, everything comes with cost, everything comes with required talent. We are also working with our Bureau of Technology Services at the citywide. There is an ongoing effort around better data management in general. So we coordinate with BTS, the Bureau of Technology Services, on all that as well. So today we're going to have really wonderful, this is my information, so you can see it if you are looking at the recording, so you can pause it. And my email is hector.dominguez@portlandoregon.gov. And please visit our website for the Smart Cities program. All right. So let's stop here. And let me see. Today we are going to have a great presentations. Right. All right. So I stopped the recording. I'm doing these recordings because later is easier to do the editing. Any comments before we go from the people who are joining live? All right. Thank you. Yeah, there is. I can see many of these names here in on the Zoom meeting. Thank you for your support. Thank you for participating constantly in this open data. And so let's go. So the first here. There we go. So today, the first talk is going to be Ben Cerveni. He is the founder for, let me go back. He is the founder for the Foundation for Public Code. So the Foundation for Public Code is actually a the standard for public code is actually a way in which really a guidance in which organizations can actually release their code in general when we are doing programming, data management, and all that publicly. So, and it includes different layers, and we're going to learn about that. It includes actually how governments do uh, data governance and code maintenance and constant improvement and validation and connectivity with other code. So with that, let me see if Ben is around.
I'm here.
All right.
Hello.
So 1 second. Let me just get my controls here ready. Okay, I got it. With so many windows open.
I know there's a lot going on.
There we go. Okay, I'm gonna give you make you co-host. So now you are actually able to share the screen.
Oh, great.
So you can have, I'm gonna stop here. There we go. Thank you, Ben.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for
One,
inviting me, Hector. It's great to be here.
yeah.
I'm going to do just a
1 second.
little run through of, is it everything
1
working?
second. Let me just start the recording.
Okay.
And so for our presentation, and then we start, I'll introduce you. Record to the cloud. All right. So this is, welcome everyone. This is our first presentation, and I'm so happy here to introduce Ben Cerveni, amazing activist, people, entrepreneur, world citizen, name it. I think many of his ideas and the teams that are like the people around him are amazing, and he is promoting this framework, the standard for public code, that I believe is actually can be very useful for understanding what's behind things, understanding and helping also to organize our own way in which we develop algorithms of processing of data and everything else. So with that, let me just give this time to Ben. So Ben, if you can introduce yourself, and
Sure.
we go from there.
Uh, yeah. Again, thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. Yeah, there are a couple of things I wanted to sort of address, kind of as a stack of issues. The standard being one of them because it's our sort of primary tool. But in general, the Foundation for Public Code is an organization that promotes the collaboration between public sector entities to generate digital public infrastructure of all types. We projects range from we've worked with Ukrainian government to replicate their e-state application to Estonia. We've worked with the UK government to move things. The Notify project, which is their constituent messaging architecture, now is being replicated in the United States and in Canada. And we're trying to get them back to a merged state. And so what our thesis is that public code is a very specific type of open source that is very much can be considered an ideal sort of point for collaboration between public actors. I'm going to see if I can do this screen sharing thing successfully here. Where's my window? Let's see whether I can get to it or not. I might end up doing this. Oh, here we go. Let's see if this is working. Did that get you the window? Can you guys see this presentation now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great news. Um, right. So the thing that I really wanted to talk about was this idea that, I mean, this is definitely all relating to the standard. The standard is a way of taking a piece of code that one is building for a specific purpose in open source in a municipality or a state organization and preparing it to be shared. And one of the things that we have really tried to concentrate on in the standard for public code, it has a lot of criteria in it that are very straightforward and things that you really need to do when you're preparing your code base to be replicated by other people. And that I think is a core issue that people that organizations now are just beginning to understand is that if you're going to build something in open source and you're hoping to maintain it indefinitely, you need to plan for replication in community because the only way that you can sustain a piece of software like that, unless it's very small, is to have community input because that piece of software as an open project, if it's something you're doing by yourself, it's always going to be more expensive than something you could buy from a vendor because the vendor has amortized the costs across all of their other clients and will be able to sell it to you for cheaper than it would cost to build the whole thing yourself all the time. And so the idea of stewardship and the idea of collaboration in the public sector and open source is that you can form a communities of practice around problem spaces and then together, sort of as a continuous barn raising, commit to building and sharing code bases. And so one of the things that we've realized is there are two sort of actors in this ecosystem that use the standard for public code as a way to normalize their code bases to exchange with each other. And those two actors are the public administrations, and now specifically, and what we're seeing a lot in Europe and hopefully more in the United States as well, within the public administration, there is often a unit called the Open Source Program Office. And now this unit is the one that can, when a procurement is coming up, they can actually do the report for the procuring agency about where in the ecosystem there might be a solution that is a piece of open source that's already being put to use by another public administration. And they can reach out and have conversations with those people. And then the other type of entity, which I think is even more important going forward, is a stewardship organization. And that's the sort of organization that can be formed around a code base to have a governance model and to have a technical steering committee and to have a roadmap and a financial model. So the idea that you have sort of a there, because a lot of times in public procurement, you can't really, you can't convince decision makers, stakeholders to take on a code base as an operational piece of infrastructure unless they know that there's someone there who can help them out. And so, with the SLA, the 800 number they can call, like how is that a thing? And so the way that you can do that, provide that security for them is to have an NGO that serves as the nexus for the various different public and private collaborators that are working on a code base. And that's the thing that I wanted to touch on a little bit today, as well as the standard. So, so the idea of public code is that it is both software and policy as a stack. And that's the thing that we sort of going into the digital transformation of the public sector in a way that's very different than the private sector. It turns out that the public administration is a code base already. It is a set of rules, a rule space in which the jurisdiction is operating, whether it's a municipality or state or the European Commission. And so those things are need to be coordinated in a way that we haven't really thought about before. And so the relationship between software and policy as we move forward has to kind of come into greater alignment and integration. And this integration of policy and software is one of the things that we've been concentrating on as, public code as kind of an approach. And so, like I said, open source, the vehicles that are built around these code bases that are used by different agencies in different places, they have all of these different capabilities and responsibilities to sort of show up in ways that a vendor of a big piece of corporate software, could also provide to. So in a way, providing kind of the surety that people need in order to move forward. So what the foundation does is provide a lot of this, the sort of framing infrastructure for the collaboration. So a lot of it is around building the communities of practice themselves, building the standard for public code as a collaboration, the set of rules that are understood, or I should say criteria, that are, we help code bases reach this set of criteria, which are things like, be well-formed documentation, have well-formed documentation, be containerized, all of the things that help with kind of the unboxing experience, one might say, for the second replicator and the third replicator. And then also building this community of practice that it continues to be the heartbeat of the maintenance of the tool and sort of the roadmap of how that goes. And so, we have these kind of rule spaces about like going back. The maturity model is one where we look at how close code bases are to implementing the standard and kind of move them forward. So we're looking at right now, the European sort of segment is looking at a couple of code bases like the omgevingsbeleid, which is a great Dutch word, if you can say it, which is a really interesting one because that's one that's also been in consideration in Oregon around this idea of a unified spatial planning framework. And so this is where you sort of get into the idea that you can use pieces of software that are traded between public administrations as reference implementations to talk about the way a policy could unfold, right? The idea that the Dutch have come up with a unified spatial planning law means that a state like Oregon can, when they're exploring the idea of a unified spatial planning law, they can look at something like omgevingsbeleid as a reference and begin to work from there. So yeah, the Foundation for Public Code sort of sits in the space between these things. And the stewardship model is one in which we sort of spend a lot of time looking at the community, looking at the product, looking at quality, sort of the mechanism by which pull requests are pulled into the core code base. It's a set of activities that serve as this orchestration of a larger community. And the standard for public code is sort of the document that kind of spells these rules out. I'm gonna give you guys a link to that. So, and the main thing I should say, about code-based stewardship in general is that it is about the community. That is the core issue of any open source project is, can you catalyze a set of collaborators, be they individuals or public administrations or private companies, to work together towards recognizing their common need for something to continue to improve and something that will give them more functionality in the future. Everyone continues to sort of dedicate time and energy to the project. I'm sure many are familiar with this process, but the point is that something like the standard for public code is a way to create almost an API, a normalization of interactions between code bases and how they can work. So, the idea that all of this can succeed is based on a couple of things, right? You need to have someone in like an OSPO or, in this case, someone like Hector, who is there to, understand the value of open source in relation to the things that need to get accomplished in the public administration. And there need to be people that understand how to build a project in that space. How do you actually resource that and move it forward, as an orchestration. And then the most important part, to be honest, is figuring out how to change the process of procurement, because you can make the best laid plans for how all this stuff could fit together theoretically in terms of, we should all bring this software up to this standard and make sure there's a community of practice. But if you can't actually convince the controllers that they need to spend money on in this specific way and de-risk that for them, because a lot of public administrations don't understand how open source works and what they're committing to and how they can participate. There needs to be, sort of a reform to procurement. And so we've also, aside from the standard, have started making these documents called process codes, which are about understanding how to enact some of these transformations to be able to better participate in the ecosystem of public code. And the first process code is about procurement reform, in which we had some input from some local people. So the resources that we're sort of offering up are the standard, which I've spoken about a little bit already, which is this, this kind of we have both, sort of an online version, which is now going to go into a community governance model. We have started it at the foundation, but much like all the code bases that we are helping to achieve this kind of longevity, we would like the standard itself to have its own vehicle as a governance body and maintenance mechanism. So the repository in which the standard itself sits, which is, really just a PDF document, but is co-edited by many, many inputs, people, including governments in France and Spain, Stockholm, Sweden, Amsterdam, my organization. A lot of people have contributed, and that knowledge now can sort of live on and adapt based on, what the needs are in the future. We have also the governance game, which is something really interesting, which I'll show you briefly if I have a minute, which is a set of cards which allows you to play out as a collaborative scenario building game a governance model for a code base that is going to be a shared resource between many actors. And this honestly is where a lot of these projects die on the vine, is that if they don't figure out a governance model somewhat early on, then some, sort of entrenched behaviors sort of emerge. And then there's this, sort of fiat governance by the people who have the, sort of control over the levers in the code base. And sometimes that impedes the prospect for true collaboration going forward. And then finally, we have a podcast that's called Let's Talk About Public Code. We've interviewed some really great people that do a lot of work in the public sector around both on the administration side, people that have started OSPOs, things like that, and also on the stewardship organization side, people that run things like OpenFisca and DCDeem, which are two very successful pieces of digital public infrastructure that we've helped replicate. So the standard, the URL there, standard.publiccode.net, is we're approaching, this is actually a picture from years ago. I see now it's from 2019, which it was still version 0.1.4, and now it's approaching version 1, which is the moment which we're going to sort of birth it into its own governance. It will be sort of a product in itself at that point, and will go on to have its own governance model. But the point here is that everyone that uses this tool, it's sort of set up to talk to policymakers about why it's important to adopt the standard. It's toward sort of the management of project spaces within government procurement and contracting, and then to the individual contributors, the designers and developers who are actually going to be participating in the sort of collaborative code-based project. So I would encourage everyone to go to that URL. I sort of didn't go through, line by line, but I'm happy to answer any questions people have about how the standard has been, how we arrived at the choices of what the criteria are in the standard, how it's been implemented. I have some stories about its use as well, but I sort of wanted to take a little bit of a step back and talk about the idea, the whole ecosystem of that we see developing between open source program offices and stewardship organizations, and sort of some of the tooling that lives in the space between those. And I think I'll stop it there and take some questions. Let me see if I can stop sharing here. There we go.
All right, let me All right, let's stop the recording. The recordings are usually just for the presentation. Thank you so much, Ben. Um, you know, let me just take it like a first question here, and please, those who are joining, I know that this might be something new for you, but think about that. Uh, can you explain, because when you talk about procurement, I understand this procurement of software, right? Software solution applications, and particularly the idea of aligning to the standard for public code is mostly to facilitate the procurement of open source software, right?
That's right.
Why is important for government to use open source software?
I mean, open source really, it's funny because I think it grew up, the idea of open source arrived in this kind of more, Silicon Valley of the 70s and 80s in a much more kind of people wanting to do their own thing, more of a vibe of people going off and doing an open source project because they had this kind of windmill they wanted to tilt at. But it turns out that open source as a mechanism for collaboration is incredibly powerful because it is not, you can't be locked in, it can't be owned, it can't be, the rug can't be pulled out from under you by someone deciding to take the resources away from a cloud application. There's it's a much more potentially a much more de-risked environment. From security perspective, there's a way to have many eyes on the code. You always understand what's happening, with I mean, albeit algorithms sometimes, even when you have seen their code, you don't quite know what they're up to. But but in general, the idea that you can go to any vendor and have them make changes for you if you need it. There's no giant change orders from a distant organization. You can develop a local economy of having software studios that work locally to implement these larger code bases that are shared globally. So there's an economic angle to it. There is a sustainability angle to it in the sense that once you have this, everyone has sort of tabled up their commitment to invest both time and resources into a project that sort of guarantees its longevity and its adaptability in a way, because the people are going to continue to change it up. And so the code functions as this open source particularly functions as this place where you can build long-term institutions that sort of have your interest in mind, because you're part of a co-piloting process of saying where that thing needs to go.
Right. Yeah, I agree. So you work in Europe with the European community, right?
Well, and now here in North America as well, but primarily in Europe we have worked in the
Right,
past.
right, right. And I wonder if you could share some stories about why open source in Europe or here in North America.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, successful stories of using open source. So we can
Yeah.
encourage people here to look
Well, I
into
mean,
that.
there are a couple of stories. I mean, the Disadim story is probably the most interesting one to learn about, which is that the city of Barcelona, about 15 years ago now, maybe 10 years ago, decided that they were going to pedestrianize some intersections in the Eixample, which is a big neighborhood in Barcelona. And when they did that, they realized that when they had pedestrianized them, they'd have new squares essentially that were the intersections that needed to be furnished by public infrastructure. uh, you know, are there going to be park benches? Is there going to be a kiosk for food? Is there going to be these other things? And so they decided that they would build a digital tool to help the citizens spend money in a discretionary budgeting activity where everyone could make decisions about what they wanted to do in the public square. So people were allowed to make proposals and vote on those proposals and have those and watch them be implemented. And that tool that they built was called Decidim, and that came from within the city council. It was something that they built, in response to this need, and it was open source because Barcelona has long had a tradition of participating in open source ecosystems. It's very sort of about this kind of progressive civic action style, sharing power, sort of sharing agency with the constituents in the community. And so they realized that they really loved this product, but it was not going to work out for them if they had to continue to maintain it. It was just too expensive. And so they actually, we were working with them at the time, but they're already an organization that had a lot of these skills. Fortunately for Barcelona, they had a very large digital development team that could help them turn this product into something that was shareable. And that was the beginning of our sort of journey towards understanding what the standard for public code should be. We had a lot of discussions with them and with Amsterdam, who was going to use the tool. We talked about what is it, how does it need to be set up, how does it, how can it best work together. But in general, a lot of municipalities in Europe were concerned about SaaS businesses, that were based in the U.S. that they were supposed to be implementing as their lowest level data stores and ways of communicating with their citizens. And so part of it was about, for them, developing autonomy and agency. There was a term in the late 90s through the 2000s that was very popular in Europe, which was technological sovereignty, which was about the idea that the political and civic institutions would be able to operate within their own, they wouldn't need to turn to outside vendors to do sort of the lowest level digital work for them. And so they undertook all of these projects that were open source development projects. But what they hadn't accounted for yet was the idea that you did need to build a sustainable organization around those projects in order to have them continue to be relevant. So that was where sort of the next phase of the project came in, which was the stewardship organization. But in general, open source has been a growing choice. It's showing up now in directives from the European Commission to the member states, and within the member states in budgeting, that a certain percentage of the procurement needs to be open, because that openness prevents lock-in, saves money for the government, and allows for flexibility, adaptability, and autonomy in terms of making changes that you don't need to go back to a provider to request from. You can actually just hire a local entity and grow the industry in your own jurisdiction to help with those processes.
Right, it's so important. Yeah, the local building local community. All right, so we have a few minutes. I wonder if anyone from the audience attending live has any questions. Something around the standard or something around open source. Yes, Juan Carlos.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering if you could share what are the most frequent rationales or that governments use to justify not moving towards greater openness and procuring open code software and having those kinds of processes. I've worked a lot on community engagement, and usually, I hear a lot of rationales about why not empower people to make decisions about governance. So I'm curious, what are the rationales that governments use to say, yeah, we don't really want to do this?
I mean, the number one rationale I think that the government uses in many situations is that it's different, that it's a change and it's something new, and that is, unless there is a significant benefit that they can immediately perceive in why doing something differently would benefit them, the chances are that they're not going to do something differently. So it's not even really that there needs to be a rationale. It's just that the default state is no change. And in order to create a change, you have to really do the work of convincing them that this is a very useful and empowering change. And so, most of the time, the conversations start from that basis, that like, why would we look at anything different? We have everything working. Everything, it's so hard to keep everything in balance in a lot of these administrations that, the idea of purposefully, shaking the stack, is something that they're not too keen to try. So that's part of why the community of practice is so important, is that you have to have existing implementers of new solutions on side to have not just testimonials, but like conversations, question and answer with someone from the administration that was thinking about replicating this. What are the problems that you encountered? What did you have to do in order to change it to fit your local codes? Like all these questions that are just, de-risking is like the number one job essentially of a lot of these people that are doing the procurement. And so you really have to have a set of answers that are fairly, watertight about like how, well, this is how open projects actually are more secure than, black box projects because X, Y, and Z. But, a lot of these question and, sort of, it's like a therapy session almost of, talking someone down from their inability to understand the values of open source. But, I think it's the hope is that something like the standard and some of the other, the process code. Oh yeah, I was going to share the URL to the process code. Well, it's just process.publiccode.net. This is the straightforward URL. I don't have a slide for it, but the procurement process code, does have a lot of kind of talking people through the decisions that they have to make and how they could maybe better understand the value of open source in that context.
Yeah, well,
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are on time. I know these are very short presentations, but that's the idea. So yeah, that's the idea. For those who are watching this in the streaming or the recording, here in Portland, we are actually looking for partners, people from the community, people from within the city who are interested in promoting more open source, on implementing the standard for public code. So please reach out to us at the Smart Cities program, the Open Data program. Look and find more about the standard for public code online. To learn more, we want to have a workshop here. So reach out to us and let's coordinate or organize. And
Great.
Ben, thank you so much
Hey, thank
for
you,
your
Hector.
presentation.
It was a pleasure.
All right, thank you so much.
See you.
So next, we are gonna be talking about 311. Let's give some minutes for everybody, just a transition while we start preparing the next one. So stay tuned. right. Well, welcome everyone, and thank you so much for joining this morning. So we are about to start the second presentation. And Matt, are you around on video? There we go. Yes. So let me start the recording for this one. All right. Welcome to the second presentation of the 2024 Open Data Day here at the City of Portland. I'm very happy to share this screen with my colleague Matt Galport. Matt joined the city a couple of years ago, right now? Yeah, as the 311 main data analyst, and in all these couple of years, he's been doing wonders. I mean, the 311 program was starting back then, and I think it's one of these essential services for everybody in local municipalities. So with that, let me give you the mic, and please introduce yourself, and let's start the presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Hector. Really excited to be here and talking about what we can do at 311 and what we're working toward in terms of open data. So I am Matt Galport. I use he, him pronouns. And as Hector said, I'm the analyst for PDX 311. So I'm going to be talking about some of the work that we're doing to make our services easier to access, and the services that we're doing to make city services easier to access. So what we're trying to do is take some of the work that we've been doing as 311 to make city services easier to access and apply that to data to make our data easier to access. Currently, we are not an open data team. We don't share our data fully online. We do share our data with other services who then share their data. But we are working toward being a more open data team. And I've been pushed a lot by Hector to do that. And I'm really excited about the prospects there. So I'm really eager to do that important work that Hector and others have been doing for some time now. So I'll start off with our vision as 311. So what we are, I'll get to in just a moment, but our vision is to make sure that community members can easily and effectively access local government information and services, regardless of language, ability, or resources. And I like to start off with that because it is, I think, a pretty important mission. Pretty important vision, and I'm very excited to be a part of that. And I think there are some important applications to open data there. So here's a little bit of information about how you can get a hold of us. So we are open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And we are really the front door of local government. So you can call us for pretty much anything. And I'll get into just some of the distinctions in just a second. But you can call us at 311-503-823-4000 or use the 711 Oregon Relay Service. You can email us. You can go to our website where we have a bunch of links to different services. Or you can visit us in person at the Portland building. So we staff the front desk of the Portland building from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And the text on the right sidebar is a little small, so I was just going to read it. So when you need help, who are you going to call for emergency services? So if you want to dispatch fire, ambulance, police, you can call 911. Social services, to get help accessing food, employment, or childcare assistance, you call 211. And really, we like to think for almost everything else, you can call 311 to ask a question, request assistance, report an issue related to local government within Multnomah County. So we're not just City of Portland, we serve all of Multnomah County. And really, if we don't know the answer to something or know how to take a report for you, we can get you to the person who does. So it's really, the idea is that we are at worst a switchboard, so we can get you to the services that you need. So here's sort of the problem that 311 is working to solve. And here's how a lot of folks experience the government, and how I know that I've had some of this experience myself when I've wanted to get government services, not in Portland, of course, but so so this is a person here on the left who has a request. They want to make a report, say to report an abandoned car. And they're trying to get something done, and so they do a bit of research, and I will say that abandoned autos, they do a great job. This is just an example, but the top line, they do some research online, they get some information, and they can't figure out how to make a report at all. So they just give up, and that's the top line here that leads to a dead end. Then they might do some more research, find a phone number, call, and they get a hold of somebody, and that person doesn't know what they're after. They don't know how to help them at all, and they feel really bad about it, but they just can't even direct them to the person that can help them. So that's a dead end. They do more research, they find an email address, they email, somebody gets back to them and says, here's the phone number to call. They call, and when they're talking to the person, that person realizes that their situation is actually a little bit more nuanced, that what they want to do is requires them to talk to somebody else. So then they get transferred, talk to somebody else, and that person is a little mystified about why they were contacting them. Maybe the person who was calling got a digit of the phone number wrong. It's a dead end. They do a little bit more research, they talk to the right person, they get directed to the right form, and they're all set. Which is great, but that experience is not ideal for obvious reasons. It's pretty time consuming, it can be very frustrating, and you'd be forgiven for just not giving up entirely as you go through that process. So what we're trying to do is to solve that problem where and create a single point of contact, so a single gateway to the government. And what we're also trying to do, and I'll get into in a second, is improve processes around the city to make all of the city services a little bit easier to access and easier to understand. So I'll say for this approach, this old way, pre 311, the onus is on community members to understand who does what, understand the structure of the government and who to talk to, which form to fill out, and you might hit some dead ends. And then it's also, this old way is difficult for employees at the city and county. They have to receive misdirected reports, incomplete or inaccurate information, and they can't refer reports easily to other groups, which is really frustrating. So most of the people I know who work for the city or the county really want to help. And it's very frustrating to get somebody who is asking you for help and you don't know how to help them. So 311 is hoping to solve that problem for employees as well. And we're also trying to improve the forms themselves. So the old way, the forms were static, no conditional options. They weren't standardized. They often route to a single person, so you might be out of luck if they're out of the office, and they don't allow for conversations or follow-up. Now, the new way that we're working to implement is to have a centralized front door. So you can access our services through a variety of channels. As I said, the website, 311, the phone number, or via email. And we're working toward implementing online chat and messaging. That's not available yet, but that's why that's a little dotted line there. And then we will direct you if you need to ask a question. We will try to answer your question or direct you to the person who can answer it. But usually we can answer the question. We know our staff is extremely knowledgeable about the city and about the county. And then we will direct you if you need to make a report or a request to the appropriate web form. And then that web form information gets sent to our customer service management tool, which then gets automatically routed to the appropriate group in the city or the county. And then from there, they can refer it to others. So that's the kind of experience that we're trying to enable, where if you don't have to know the inner workings of the government to access government services. So our intent is to hide the bureaucratic layers and let us deal with the complexity, so that you, as somebody who's just trying to make a request, get a parking permit, inquire about building codes, you can just call and we will direct you toward the information that you need, rather than having to scour the internet or make a bunch of false starts and dead ends. So this is also beneficial for employees to receive reports specific to their program. They can track conversations across teams, refer reports easily to other teams, and can also respond directly to the person who is making the request of the report if they need more information. And we're also working with teams to, as I said, improve their forms and their processes to make them, some of the elements, more standardized, and to make sure that every report that someone makes gets assigned appropriately. And there's often some complex routing, but we want to hide that complexity and make it very simple for the community members. And we're hoping to apply this type of model to our data. And we're not there yet, but we are working steadily toward that. And I just wanted to go into a bit of what that is going to look like. So at the moment, the data that we do collect, so if you call or you email us or you come to the front desk, we will work with you to figure out what you need and to get you some help. And we will record the date and time of that interaction, the contact channel, how you contacted us, the language that interaction is conducted in. And we collect those for any type of interaction, whether or not it's just a request for information or somebody trying to make a report. If you're trying to make a report or a request, we may ask for more information. We'll ask for location information, the details of your request, and then as the city processes that request or the county processes that request, we have some information on how that request was resolved. And we're working toward improving that resolution information. That is still a work in progress. All of this is a work in progress. But a lot of this information comes from the 311 team member completing the appropriate web form for you. So if people can we can direct you to the appropriate web form, or we can just fill it out for you if you provide the information that we need. And so we'll collect all of this data as part of that conversation. So in terms of how we use the data, we are working toward applying these data principles. And this is what we're hoping to achieve as we become a more open data team. We want the data to be accessible. So we want the data to be easily discoverable online and easy to use. So not requiring any special permissions or skills to access. We want it to be comparable. We want it to be consistent with other cities and counties, the way that they collect and store and expose data. And for that, we're using Open 311 standards, which has been adopted by cities around the US and abroad. And that is just a standard of which data fields are collected and how they're shared. And then we want I would say most importantly, we want the data to be safe. So we want to protect personal and sensitive information while, of course, wanting to share open data. We really want to protect personal and sensitive information first, which is very important when you have people making reports, complaints, and making sure we're protecting people from that. So we've been doing regular security and privacy audits. We're going to continue to do that to make sure that we're adhering to the highest standards there. And finally, we want to make sure that our data is well maintained, that we have complete and accurate metadata and well-documented data management practices so that our data management practices are sustainable. So here's a very simplified look at our data pipeline. And right now we're working to test this out and make it more stable and make sure that we have thought through every bit of this pipeline, and there's nothing that we need to address before we open the data up here. So we have the same person on the left here who is contacting 311, and then we fill out a web form for them, or they fill out a web form themselves. That information goes to the customer service management tool, which then gets processed, and that can take a number of forms. Somebody from the government might contact you and ask you for more information. It's the process of resolving that request. All of that information, including all of the interactions, gets stored in a secure database on premises. And that data gets used in a number of ways. So it's used for operations directly. So for instance, graffiti cleanup, all the reports get collected in that database and then used to prioritize graffiti cleanups. It's used for analysis, and I'll talk a little bit more about what analyses we do there. And it's used for reporting, so for making dashboards or reports. But of course, the part that's missing here is sharing that data with the community, and that's what we're working toward. So what we want to have is more on-demand access to the data in as close to raw form as possible from the database, and to reports like dashboards and other reports that do some of the analysis work for folks so that you can explore the data without having to sift through the raw information. So here is how we are using the 311 data and a bit about how we're hoping to use it as well. So as I mentioned, it feeds directly into operations for things like graffiti tracking, fixing potholes, things along that lines. We also use it for service optimization, for identifying which services are most in demand, what are the peak times for different types of requests. And that really allows for better allocation of resources and staff to address high priority and high frequency issues more effectively. So being able to understand how many people are going to report tree emergencies during an ice storm, for instance, is something that we can optimize with 311 data, or help to optimize. We do trend analysis, where we analyze the types and frequencies of requests over time. So city officials can identify trends and patterns, and that allows for different types of proactive measures like scheduling extra waste pickups after the holidays, things along those lines. We are working, as I mentioned, toward having more resolution tracking. And this, we're looking at how quickly and effectively issues are resolved. So understanding response times and how those vary by service and by resolution type can highlight areas that we can improve on and lead to faster, more efficient service delivery. Infrastructure planning, and over time, what we really want to do is use 311 data to reveal systemic issues or areas that have recurring problems. So help to do things like identify the parts of the county that are most susceptible or hardest hit by flooding, for instance, so we can take proactive measures to mitigate that based on our knowledge of infrastructure needs over time from reports to 311. And finally, transparency. So as we open up our data, one of the primary reasons that I'm interested in, and the whole team is interested in opening our data, is that we want to be able to show it to everyone so that anyone can see how our issues are being resolved and how we're resolving those issues so that we can be held accountable for that. All right, and finally, here's where we're headed here. So we're not an open data team, as I mentioned, yet. And I wanted to present here because I'm excited about the progress that we have made, and I'm excited about the work that we're going to be doing in the near future. So we are developing our open data capabilities with a orientation toward doing no harm. So we want to solidify our policy framework and the technical infrastructure, and then we'll share the data and make sure that we are seeking feedback on our approach and modifying from there. But we want to make sure that we don't want to release data before we're very, very confident that we're doing it in the right way. So we don't want anything to be out there without that confidence. So first, we're working on the policy framework. We've been working on our data governance, everything from how to collect demographic information to storing metadata, and everything in between, our privacy and protection standards, and our data standards for how we're reporting, collecting and reporting data. And we've also simultaneously been working on our technical infrastructure, so developing our centralized storage procedures, and developing our pipeline and making sure it's stable and we're not having any inaccuracies along the data pipeline, and then identifying and sharing to our sharing platforms. And then once we release the data, which we're hoping to do very soon, we're going to be looking for testing and feedback, which is where everybody here and beyond comes in, looking to get questions and identify issues and identify any improvements that we could make. So with that, I'm going to pause for questions here, and I'm just going to leave up this screen for just a moment, if you don't mind, Hector, just to, if we're able to talk while this is up, just in case anybody wants to take down this information.
Absolutely. Well, Matt, thank you so much for this presentation, and let me stop. All right. Thank you so much for this presentation again. I've learned a lot. I know this is the 311 program is quite complex. So we're trying to service like almost every aspect of what the city does. You know, building those knowledge bases and building those pipelines is a huge thing, right? And I appreciate the work that you are doing. All right, so we have a few minutes here for questions. And I wonder if somebody has a question from the audience. Yeah, Ocean, please.
Thank you, Hector. Matt, thank you for the presentation. One question that I have is around 311 touches on pretty much every city bureau, city office, city function, etc. And you all have a very organized system and becoming even more organized and more open. What can bureaus or offices and programs that you connect constituents with do? And maybe this is a broad question, but what could we do to connect better with your system? Is there something we could do software-wise that would make your work easier?
Great question, thank you. Yes, so I'd say the first thing to do would be to just reach out to us. We have a team of folks who are working with teams around the city to incorporate their processes into 311, make sure that we are understand the process and that we can connect our services to whatever it is that the teams are doing. And as part of that, we are working with teams who are interested in doing it to kind of open up the hood a bit and look at the processes that are currently in the works. And we use a system at the city called Track It. So if there's any dependencies on Track It, we can look at that and see if there's anything that we can do to use a different system or to make those processes a little bit more responsive. In terms of software, there's really, I would say, as long as there is data that's being collected and it's being collected in a relatively organized way, and ideally, if there's any kind of process documentation, that really helps quite a bit. to get that process started. But what we do have, and I can send you more information if you're interested. We have some documents around the types of questions that we ask when we're getting started with a team to kind of identify what processes you'd like to incorporate into what we're doing, and what some of those trickier dependencies are. And we've learned so much about how it's really not, because of how complex services are around the city and county, it's very difficult to just sort of like unplug using this service and plug it into 311. So we really like to work with teams to do that process in a very kind of rigorous way where we're working together to do that process. So it's I would say that reaching out to me would be a great, or sending an email to that email address is a great way to start. And just being ready to talk about what processes you do have going and what those look like. So, yeah.
Right. Well, we are about time, but I just want to really thank you, Matt. Any final word on how people can, learn more about that and reach out to you?
Yeah, please. You can reach out, either call 311. That's a great way to reach out, or email the 311 at portlandoregon.gov. And I'd be happy to send any updates on our progress throughout this process. We also have a Facebook and Instagram and Twitter or X accounts that you can look for PDX311 to follow us if you want some more updates. Thanks so much.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Matt. All right, so let's transition to the next one. So let's wait a little bit, few minutes for the next presentation on neighborhood data. So stay tuned. Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for everyone who's joining this morning. And Ethan, I welcome you. Let me give you access to share your screen. 1 second. Yeah. All right. Let me start the recording for this session. Thank you, everyone, for joining this morning to the celebration of the Open Data Day this year, 2024. My name is Hector Dominguez, and I work for the City of Portland, coordinating open data privacy surveillance technologies. And it is my pleasure to introduce you to Ethan Shaigin, who is the director of the Population Research Center at Portland State University. Ethan has been providing all and sharing all his expertise, talents, and research group, really putting that available to the city of Portland and doing these demographics and socioeconomic analysis of how Portland neighborhoods have been evolving, who we are. So it's generating really important data about who we are as a city. I'm very excited about this presentation and conversation. And Ethan, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hector. Well, it's really my pleasure to be here. I joined last year to talk about what was then a really new, exciting effort where City of Portland Office of Civic Life had asked us to do something which had never been done before, which was to take data from the U.S. Census Bureau and to assemble it for the neighborhoods in Portland, for all of the neighborhoods. And previously, that had only been done with actual just population counts from the census at the block level. But what we were doing was taking socioeconomic data from the American Community Survey, which is at the tract level, and getting that in to work with neighborhoods. So we developed a methodology to make that allocation, and we presented that initially last year. Over the course of the past year, we've done a couple things to innovate in that area. First, we've expanded the data fields that were available. Second, we have refined the methodology for how we convert census tracts to neighborhoods. And then the third thing is that we have put up, in addition to the PDFs that we did last year with profiles, at that time a one-page profile for each neighborhood, we have stood up an interactive website that just shows an example of how these data could be put together and viewed. Hector's been a key part of making this data available. So he has copies of the spreadsheet and the data sets that went into this. And so ultimately the goal is that this data will be available for anyone to develop visualizations on. And I'm sure some really interesting insights can come out of browsing that data that are things that we haven't even thought of or looked at yet. Oh, the other thing that we did as well this year that's new was to produce some data sets that describe the new recently approved districts, 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the city, the city council districts. So in addition to data about each of the neighborhoods and the neighborhood coalitions, you'll find data for the city of Portland overall, as well as the city districts, city council districts. So let me walk through, I guess, how you can get access to these data first. And to do that, I will share the screen. So the first thing we did was to post data on our website, where you'll find this at pdx.edu/PRC. And there will be a drop-down menu for the state data center, and you'll see their neighborhood profiles. So they still say Portland 2020 because they refer to the 2020 census, which still is kind of the bedrock data set for the profiles we put together. And you'll find a couple different links here. So the first thing you'll find is a link to the Office of Civic Life's website, where you can find the page that they've stood up, which has much more information about the project and kind of FAQ. You can also find a report that contains profiles for all the areas as well as a summary here. So it's a technical report which has a little bit of information on the methodology, some summary information about how we converted data from tracts into neighborhoods. And then it has copies of the the paper profiles for both the city of Portland, the city council districts, and then for each one of the neighborhoods in alphabetical order. And so what we've got here is we took some of the feedback we got on the one-page version of the pages, and we've decided to make those 2 pages instead, so they weren't as cramped, and the font sizes are a little bit better if you decide to print these and look at them. So it's 2-sided. So the first page has information from the 2020 census, and then the second page has information which here under this heading, socioeconomic indicators, which are the ones from the American Community Survey. So it's a survey that's representative of the entire US population. It reaches somewhere between 1% and 2% of households every year. Some of you may have received this one. It's run by the Census Bureau and collects, just a whole wealth of socioeconomic data. And in addition to that, we have a couple other data sources for things like the census self-response rate, as well as voter turnout that we put together from third-party sources. And I think food security here is another one, social vulnerability, and life expectancy at birth. And we also included this year share of area covered by a tree canopy, of course, an important thing for urban heat. And we've also, if you're curious more about where those data came from, how to interpret these indicators, we've got this notes and definition section. And we're also happy to respond to inquiries either directed to us or through the Office of Civic Life. Those always work their way to us too. So really interesting things you can do with this data set, one of which is to produce a paper profile like this. But the second one is to view this website, which we've set up, which gives you the opportunity to select a variable of interest and see how that's spread out across neighborhoods. So, the first graph you'll see here is the total population by neighborhood. And that will, if we click on one neighborhood, we can kind of see the graph here on the right. We'll compare the neighborhood we've chosen to the average across all neighborhoods, and also show you kind of where it lies on this distribution of size of neighborhoods. So if we're interested in what's the total population of all the neighborhoods, not just the one we've clicked on, which happens to be Coley, we can see right here the selected indicator for all areas. And that gives us the value, which is the total populations, the variable we've chosen for all of them. And if we click on this, we can sort low to high or high to low, or we can sort alphabetical order. And there's just, if you want to use this data for some other kind of project you're working on, you can easily get it out of here by clicking the download button. And you see you'll get a CSV file that contains the data that you're interested in. The other thing you can do with this is to say, like we had in those PDF profiles, I want to get all the data about one neighborhood. So we can, whatever neighborhood we happen to choose, we can click on this area, all indicators for selected area. And that will give us kind of the opposite of, or the inverse of what we got with the selected indicator for all areas. That'll give us every variable that we've put together, every data point we've put together about the neighborhood. And again, you can download those. There's download button, slightly obscured here. Yeah, right here, download button. The file will have the same name, so you have to remember what you downloaded and in which order. And yeah, so this is something we built off of this data set, just as an example of something that could be put together. But we're really excited to have it out on the Portland Maps Open Data Portal, so to see how other folks decide to end up using it. So one of the things I mentioned was that the methodology that we use to allocate or to translate tracts into neighborhoods has changed a little bit from last year. And I think that gets into the question, of where did these data come from? Obviously, the Census Bureau doesn't publish data by neighborhoods. So are these authoritative? How can we have faith in the numbers that we have? And I think there, I'll kind of mention two different things, two different types of data that go into the neighborhood profiles. And so for data that comes from the decennial census, which is the core demographic data, population by race, ethnicity, and total population and population by age, those are collected at the level of the census block. And census blocks do nest within neighborhoods, so we can be highly confident in the calculations. Of course, they're tied to the 2020 census, and we can't update them until we have a census again in 2030. And the second category, those socioeconomic indicators, are from tracts. Now, there's two different sources of uncertainty that can come into the data that we've provided for neighborhoods. And we've provided a bit of an indication on the confidence that you can have in the data with two little data points here that you'll see. One of which is called RSE, which is the relative standard error. And the second of which is maybe easier to interpret reliability measure. And so you can see here, this is where we take the relative standard error and convert that into just a color-coded system for how confident can we be in the number that we've generated, because there is statistical uncertainty. The ACS is a sample, it's not 100% count like the census is. And so when you see that, it's kind of something to maybe be, to pause and consider before making conclusions about, especially if you see a red or an orange. Green, we can be fairly confident in that we're going to, if we base a decision, policy, or have a discussion around an indicator, we can be fairly confident in the data quality for that one. So that'll be different for every neighborhood and for different indicators. Sometimes, when we have very small population counts, such as this one, where it's 0.02 or 2%, just the noise to signal ratio is pretty high, and that's why we have a low reliability for that particular measure. Not to say that it's inaccurate, but just that we have to be less confident that that's the exact number. It could be within half of that or twice that or something like that. So for those of you who are curious and digging more into that, on why the uncertainty, I encourage you to take a look at this PDF. This PDF is the only place where we've got these technical notes published right now. We've also got, I should point out this a little bit here, when you first come to this page, a user guide. And so you'll see a little bit of information here that recaps some of the points that I made about how to use the tool and how to interpret it. But for really digging into the methodology that we've used, you can find that here on our website under the report with all profiles. And in the meantime, while we're working on integration into the open data portal, you can download the data set that's powering the visualization website and the map that we built. You can find that right here as a downloadable Excel file. So really excited to be offering these new tools. We do have a couple more things coming down the pipeline planned for this, and one of which is the ability to build an index around one or more variables of interest. So, if we're talking about comparing neighborhoods on the basis of one element, like median age, that's pretty easy to do right now. We can get median age for all the areas. But what if we wanted to know, if we were interested in both, let's say, limited English proficient population and population and poverty, kind of a multi-dimensional index that we could use to compare how neighborhoods rank on two different measures. That's a function that we are hoping to have added by this summer, so that you can produce your own index, multi-dimensional index for comparison, and be able to download those also for all neighborhoods. So that's a lot of info there, and I'm happy to answer some questions or to dig a little deeper into any one of the features here or data fields here. Yeah, thanks.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ethan, for sharing all this work. All right. Let's stop the recording. All right. We have a question in the chat. which is there any data for homeless people or their place spot?
That's a great question. Unfortunately, the answer is probably not going to be very satisfying. There's a two-part answer to that question. Number one is that if we ask to what extent are the unhoused population counted in decennial census, and the answer is the Census Bureau makes an attempt to count people, but the census is really a housing-based frame of reference, right? It's about mailing out postcards to houses, how many people live here. They do have operations that count people in buildings like dormitories, and they also have a small operation where they try to go and count people at known congregation locations that are unsheltered. They rely on us to tell them where that is, where those places are. They have to do that across the country. So we try and compile a list by working with nonprofits about where the Census Bureau should send someone, but they won't go to count people one by one. They will only go to campgrounds or tent sites or places where there's a group of people, RV congregations of RVs in one area. And it's also hard to know where those places are. We turned that data set over to them like around December of 2019. But they didn't actually do that operation until like summer of 2020. And so by that time, some of those locations, were no longer there. And there's also reluctance on the part of people sometimes to participate in census enumeration. So that's the first part of the answer. The second part of the answer is that there is a separate effort that's sponsored by HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, to count the unsheltered population. And that's something called the point-in-time count. Some of you may be familiar with that. And so that was also on pause because of COVID, but I think there has been a subsequent point-in-time count. There's colleagues here at Portland State University who are involved with the most recent one, and that offers a probably a more up-to-date, hopefully better count of the population. The drawback there is that it's not at the neighborhood level. It's only for a level of geography that's much larger, so we can't associate that neighborhood by neighborhood. It's for a larger region at once. So Multnomah County, for example, the counties run that operation and then report it in an aggregated form that's not suitable for this purpose. So, like I said, probably going to be an unsatisfying answer, but I hope we'll be able to better dial into that question in the future.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there any other question from the audience here? Let's see.
Oh, yeah. So I see that question from you, Sandra, about when will the data be available for districts? And so the answer is it's available now in the paper, the PDF form. So if you do open this PDF file, or if you download the Excel sheet, you will see data for the districts compiled. And you can get that. It just hasn't yet been built into the map visualization. So I think our plan is, within the next month, hopefully, there'll be a drop down here where you can change which geographic level you want to look at. Do you want to look at neighborhoods, or do you want to look at districts? And then you'll have very much the same kind of interface, but you'll see the entire district, and you can kind of click on the district, get all the data about the district. Or you can compare one indicator across the 4 districts. Yeah, so I think once that's out, I think that's also here. It's also available on it's also available on the Civics Lives website if you want to just get that one page for the district, or just the pages for the district. This is at portland.gov/civic, and that will take you there to the neighborhood profiles, and you can get just the profile that you want to see for an individual district. We've also here got ranking tables. So if you wanted to compare, we do have this ability to compare an indicator across neighborhoods here, and we've also got a printout which you can get, which a couple variables that we've selected there across.
Right. There is a comment in the chat. Well, Hank, please, and I mentioned the comment.
Sure, thanks. I sort of have a technical, maybe selfish question about how you're doing the conversion. Like, do you use densitometric mapping to go from the census tracts to the
Yeah, that's
neighborhoods?
right, Hank. Yeah, so I didn't want to get into too technical. I didn't know what our audience is like, but you can find some information here about how we did that. And yeah, the term that Hank's talking about, asymmetric mapping, means that we are essentially kind of occluding the places on the map where we know people are not living. And we do that by using a building footprints database. So we kind of know what the human settlement layer looks like. And so we can take population and census tracts and allocate them on the basis of where housing on that tract is located, and then re-aggregate to the level. So that individual allocation step will probably be pretty error prone, right? When we take a tract and put everyone, assume that, and kind of assign them to individual households or building footprints. But the idea is that the fraction of people on, let's say if we have one tract that's split across two neighborhoods, that we can convert whatever we're looking at in the tract into a count, and then convert the count into figure out what proportion of the count is on either side of that split tract, according to the proportion of the human settlement layer that's on that side. So there's a little more information here on how that's done, and there's kind of an illustration here about how we might do that with census blocks, where we have a count. The counts in blocks are represented here in green, and the count in a tract in red. So we convert a count from a tract into a count for blocks. And then once we have that, blocks nest perfectly within neighborhoods. And so we can re-aggregate to the neighborhood level. And I think that there's, another thing you might notice, which some of the people have written to us and said, well, why, when I add together these neighborhoods, it doesn't look like the city total? And that's because some of you may know, like, the neighborhoods actually have overlapping boundaries. And you can kind of see the illustration of that. There's two areas here, which are part of both Sabin as well as Irvington, and then here Alameda as well as Irvington. So I do caution folks that if you get into the data and start trying to do aggregations, it won't work the way you expect.
Cool,
All
thank you.
right. Yeah, the comment in the chat is that some people may not realize that Portland has a really bad image due to the previous crisis. So having such a data set for public knowledge will help change this perception and improve PDX image. And I believe that too. Yeah, transparency is key. Having timely data is also key. And it's such like the depth of this analysis is very important. And for those who are watching this live stream and you want to learn about how to do geographic information system analysis, there is a number of spaces where you can actually learn about that. PCC, Portland State University, Willamette University. There are some great spaces for doing that. And yeah, so there is a great GIS community also here in town as well. Ethan, so yeah, I wonder if you would like to close these conversations with some final thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Hector, and thanks for the comment, Ben. I think we do see that a lot, especially when we're talking about like growth and population growth in Oregon. So our office's kind of main charge is to estimate the size of the Oregon population, the city's population. And we do see that there is like a lot of negative associations we have to combat even when we see indications of population growth or kind of well-being. So I think this is a project that is continuing to evolve. We plan on kind of keeping this in a development stage through the summer and kind of hoping to get to like a 1.0 in September. For folks who want to visit the site, I will just highlight that you do have to add in the www. The site will not take you to the right place without that. So it's www.prcprojects.us/civic. And yeah, we welcome your feedback. We want to make this the best tool possible. And so let us know thoughts you have and maybe more data that you want to see too.
All right. So how the feedback can be provided to you?
Yeah, so it can be provided one of two ways. I will put our email address in the chat. You can send us an email, askprc.pdx.edu. But you can also, and maybe even better, is to let Civic Life know that how you feel about the data, what you like about it, if you have questions or things that you'd like to see. They are our partner here, and they kind of sponsored this effort. And so I think they'd like to know how people value it, and to keep the partnership going. When we talk about maybe getting into updates a couple of years out from now. So their contact information here is just, Civic Life at Portland. Civic.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
civiclight@portlandoregon.gov. Well,
Yeah.
Ethan, thank you so much for joining this morning and help us to understand all this. So next, we are going to get ready. We're going to keep this conversation on maps. So let's wait a few minutes for this transition. We're going to have Diego Portillo, who's the manager for all our corporate GIS services at the city of Portland. So he's going to be explaining about Portland maps. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, everyone who's joining this morning and spending some time with us. We have Diego Portillo, who I just saw him around. Diego, can you? Okay, all right, perfect. So I'm gonna start the recording, then I'll let you go. All right, welcome everyone who is joining this recording of in time for celebrating the Open Data Day this year, 2024. We are starting our third presentation this morning with my colleague and good friend, Diego Portillo. Diego, he is the manager for the corporate GIS system at the city of Portland. And he's going to be sharing to everyone about Portland Maps, which is a great service that is being used by so many different people. It's so complex underneath, and it just serves like a great deal in the city. However, I've been asking him just to share, the basics of how Portland Maps works and what it is. And yeah, well, let's start, Diego. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Hector. So I'm gonna be sharing my screen. Please let me know if you see it. This is kind of
yeah, we see it.
Okay, good. I've been doing this through a team, so Zoom it's a little bit of a new. So yeah. So Portland, like Hector is saying, in Portland Maps, it is the premier platform where we're showing all our regional data. So, and I'm going to be showing you what Portland Maps is, some of the functionality. So some background to give you an idea of how long Portland Maps has been around. It's been since the early 2000s. So it started as an internal map for city employees. At that time, in the early 2000s, the internet and especially GIS or web maps, they were not highly used. Right now, it's like GIS. Everybody knows what GIS is. Everybody knows what GPS is, right? And drones. I mean, it is all over the place. But in the early 2000s, it was still pretty new, and there was not a lot of applications that they were public. So the same with the data, right? A lot of the data was not available either on the internet, and a lot of organizations, they did not have a platform to share this data through the internet. So in our case, because we saw the value, we work with local agencies like the county and Metro, for example, and the state to make their data available because they didn't have that platform. So the field workers, they needed to access that data in the field, and that's where we said, how we're going to do that? We're going to do it through Portland Maps. It was discovered, one of those things that it got it got trending right now, right? And it became very, very popular with the public, especially with real estate agents to show the property and a lot of information related with the tax lots for newcomers that they wanted to move to Portland, and also some communication tools from some of the bureaus. They especially BDS, that's the Bureau of Development Services. They do all the permitting, so they saw it as a really good tool to share information related with the permits, and I'm going to show you some of that. So Portland Maps currently, it has an average daily hits of less than 6,000 hits a day, which is for a small application, it is quite a bit. We do show an average of less than 140,000 building permits for those tax lots. So it's highly used to look at permits. Portland Maps, when we work on Portland Maps, we link it to open data. So Portland Maps is also one of our open data platforms to share data with the public. It was first created to share data from other across city bureaus, and then also with the public. We do have some data sets that they are from other agencies, but they are just a pointer. Like, for example, from Metro, the county, or the state, right? So we don't own that data. We don't host it. We just we catalog it for them. This is a data conference or a session. So we do have over 2,000 data sets in the Open Data Portal. And that Open Data Portal has over 1,000 views a day. So it is a lot of people, they do use it for internal and external use. So I know there's a lot of information really quickly. Any questions at this so far?
Let's keep going. And questions, let's keep it at the end.
Okay, yeah, I know we have only, what, 20 minutes, Hector?
Yeah, 20 minutes.
So already 16. So, okay, so this is Portland Maps, pretty straightforward to visit it. You can go to portlandmaps.com. And come to to this area of the city. It's pretty. You get this information that it is part of the city of Portland. Because people, they don't realize that if Portland Maps is actually City of Portland or not platform, and it is. So, so this is what you come here. There is first, you don't see anything, right? So where you start, it's with your addresses. You can also zoom in, zoom out with your mouse. You have the different base maps that you can bring, that you can have in here. So you can get your aerial imagery. That is some of the very popular people. They like a lot about that. This is it is always show the most current aerial imagery on these servers, right? So when you start zooming in, you can still see some of the parcels, for example, right? So I'm not. So you have your symbology here, your different layers. You can have your parcel dimensions and your color and the base map footprints, building footprints. So, and the dimensions. So that from those parcels. So things that they are very popular with real estate agents, for example. So let me do that. So now, what it is, how to use Portland Maps, the main thing, right? You can click on a parcel, and it's going to bring a lot of the different data, right? This data comes from the county, so we don't own or maintain some of these data. We do maintain it from the county, right? So we have the year, the description, the number of bathrooms, the tab where. The neighborhood, the jurisdiction, if it's a county or the city of Portland, the council district, zoning, elevation. So this is a lot of information that is related to that. When you have these links, you can open additional information, right? So like I click on the neighborhood, this parcel it is in the neighborhood of Montebilla. When you identified, it comes, we call this the Rolodex. That probably tells you how old I am. So with information about the neighborhood, right? What it's, what is the association, what is the board meetings, the website, the address, all the different contacts. We do have also information about that neighborhood, right? This comes from the 2010 census. This application, it is old. It's been around for a long time. So it's sometimes we don't keep up with it, but we do have plans to update it and add more information. So it provides a lot of profiles for these Rolodex. The jurisdiction, again, is going to tell you what it is, the jurisdiction. You know, the council district, this is new. You got probably, you know, you're familiar with the new transition of government and the new government. So that it is a big change of how we do things. So the council district information, it tells you what it is, the current council district information. So in these Rolodex, there is always a lot of additional information that we want to share with the users and other links, right? So like, for example, for here, for the council district, it's such an important piece of our government that we wanted to communicate a lot of all what we call, right? So a lot of the external links, it brings you to a different pages. Zoning, elevation, so you have different zoning maps as well, right? It tells you what are the different type of zonings. So a lot of that is external. The elevation, this comes pretty handy for when you are trying to find insurance, right? So actually, when we were looking, we moved recently here, we're looking at houses. Well, you know, if it's too low, you can be in an, if it's could be in an inundation area, you might not get insurance. So, so that's good to know. Assessors information, permits, zoning, parks, a lot of information that is related with the parks and the schools. You know, what is the schools, public, it's a lot of information here. One thing that I wanted to point out is this permits tab, right? So these are all the permits that they are related to that property. And a lot of people, they do use that. So for example, we do have, in this property, if you go into the permits, people, they do use these. We do provide an inspection window, for example. So this is a new construction they're going to investigate. So they are going to have an inspection. So a lot of owners, they do use these to see what are they going to come, and the inspection it is coming up. So these links, it takes you to that permits, and you can get a lot more information in here. So everything good? I know I'm moving too really fast. So sometimes you don't realize that 30 minutes is not that long. So so I want to move on to the open maps. So from here you can go to our open maps site. If you go to the advanced, you have a lot of other options here. Really quickly, you know, you can go to the gallery. This is a lot of our applications, right? You have, you know, all the different aerial imageries in here. So from here, I will go, and you go to our open data portal, right? So we have different categories on here: boundaries, capital projects. So just go to our boundaries. It's going to show you all those, all our available layers for those boundaries. So we were talking about council districts. So we can go here, you know, Portland council districts. There it goes. So we have our new Portland council districts. It's going to take me to the map. You know, you can see them here. You have more information here. You can navigate to the full details. You know, this is a lot more information related to that data set. You are from here. You can also download them. Okay, you can download them from here, right? To a CB, XML, shapefile, JSON. So you have different options in here. So that is something that a lot of people use, and it comes pretty handy, and you can navigate. So these are the different categories in here, trying to make it a little easier. So here at the bottom, what I wanted to point out to people is these links, right? So we have data related to ARPA. That's the Action Recovery Plan. The recovery plan that is specific to that. We have an open data for PPB, for the police, but we also have our full catalog for our GIS data. Not everything, this is where we have all our available data for users they can look at. So you can see we have over 2,000 data sets that they are available here. You can look by the different categories. For example, this is our census data here. So you go census blocks, it's going to tell you, what is the category, the name of the data set, where it comes from, the date, and a lot of information that it comes really, really useful, right? So if you wanted to access it, for example, for the distribution, here is how to access it, right? So you can, if it's through the open data, you can download it from there, or also you can request it, send an email to Maps. So a lot of people, they do use it, and it comes, it's a lot of information in here, and it is open. There is not limitations of usage if it's in here. So that was a lot of information. Hector, anything else? Any questions that you have, or anybody has any questions or would like to see anything in particular?
Well, Diego, thank you so much for this presentation. Yes, we're going to have questions. Let me stop the recording for now. All right. Yes, we have a comment in the chat. Amazing high-resolution maps at the street level can be used to track or identify tents, RVs, park. Are these up to date or time delayed like Google Maps?
Yeah, so good, very good question. So our aerial imagery, they come from Metro, and they do fly every year. So this aerial imagery is the most current one. So for example, you can see here, I just went to the aerial imagery. This has for the 2023 last summer, right? So it is not the most current. Data, right? You call the resolution. Yes, it is important. And it is really good. We are not using it for locating tents or campsites or any other thing, but you could, if they were there when they were taken, they probably, yes, you can see them, right? So there are other products, like for example, Nearmap, they fly urban areas and other areas like twice a year. So we are considering to look at that imagery as a service to have more up-to-date information, right? So because it is very useful, especially not just for campsites, but for impervious area, for asset management, conditions, and so on. So
yeah, thank you. All right. Is there any other question from the live audience here? So let me ask you, for people in the public, in the community, people who are watching this live stream or the recording, what's the best way to reach out to your team or access or request information on for this, around this?
The best contact information, it is going to for map is emailing to maps@portlandoregon.gov. That it is the best way to reach out to us. So, and how you can access that, from the support page. There is a lot of contact information here. But if you have anybody has any questions about Portland maps or open data, it's through our email at maps@portlandoregon.gov. So,
All right. So in terms, do you have statistics or information about who's using Portland maps?
yes and no.
Okay.
We're actually trying to evaluating how to best read and export the data from Google Analytics. right? So to get a lot of those statistics. So we would like to, right now we just have a very high level, like the number of hits, but we do want to extract the data from Google Analytics to see who is really using it, right? And where that people they come and what are some of the most important features that people are using, right? So it is on the works. So yeah, because yeah, this application has been around for so long. It is challenging to connect it to new platforms, right? So because it has to be redeveloped. Some things that have to be redeveloped.
Right. Right. It's really has so many years there. I had another question. I just lost it. Oh yeah, yeah. What are the plans? What are the plans for this site? What is the future of Portland Maps?
The future is we wanted to migrate it to a newer platform, and I wanted to keep growing Portland Maps with more up to date information and more current information that it is valuable to the customers, like especially all these Rolodex information and these public safety statistics. We wanted to make this more like a central hub for a lot of this information. That way, people they can go to this place, and then if there's some other place, they can go from there. So we wanted to increase the information that we have in here, and we wanted to add more open data layers on here and tied this with open data a lot better, right? Because right now it's a little clunky, but we wanted to add that tight integration. So and advertise it that it's popular, but it's not very well known, and it's still pretty limited what the knowledge of Portland Maps. So we wanted to advertise it. So yeah.
Right. All right. Is there any final? Well, this is a final call for questions from the audience before we wrap up. All right. Not seeing one. Well, Diego, thank you so much for today's presentation and introduction to Portland Maps. I
No,
think
I do appreciate it, Hector, and for this opportunity, it actually was really helpful because we've been wanting to do this and advertise it and document things and share this with other people. So I do appreciate you giving us this opportunity.
right. I think here in Portland there is a large geographic information system, GIS community.
Yeah.
I hope, I know there are events coming up. This is also an invitation for those who want to learn more about these information systems to approach to the experts, to approach to mentors who can actually tell you how you can learn more about this, how can you develop these skills, and yeah, and join the community.
Yeah, and if you would like to know more about GIS and open data and what it's going on in the area with this technology, I do encourage you to look at GIS in action. Sorry for the simple plug here. This is a conference. It's coming up. It's here locally. It is at the end of April. So if you have an interest, I will encourage you to go. Hector gave a great presentation last year, so it is a good platform to know more about all the special related efforts. So,
Right.
yeah.
That this is a great event. GIS in action. So check it out.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Diego. We are going to start the transition
Sure.
for the next presentation, which is going to be on open contracting data standard. So this is actually one of the projects that is very personal, very exciting for the city. The implementation of this standard, the open contracting data standard. All right, so stay tuned for the next one.
Thank you.
Hi, Hector.
All right. Well, thank you. Hi, Ginny. Hi,
Hi.
Felix. You're somewhere there. Yeah, so let's get ready for the next presentation on the Open Contracting Data Standard. So let me start the recording for this. Perfect. This is the welcome again. This is the fourth presentation in this morning. We are going to be listening and learning about the Open Contracting Data Standard. This is a project that personally makes me very happy. It's a big step towards transparency in general. The city of Portland is embarking in this project of implementing the Open Contracting Data Standard to make contracting data available, transparent, more in a way that we can actually share it and compare it apples to apples with other organizations in general. So, and we have this morning such an amazing people, good friends now. We have Ginny Guyen, who's my colleague at the city of Portland. And we have Felix Pena, who's our friend an advisor and from the Open Contracting Partnership who's helping us to navigate through all the technical issues around Open Contracting Data Standard. So with that, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Hector. Like
you.
Hector said, my name is Jenny Nguyen, and I'm the Social Equity Performance Manager at the City of Portland in Procurement Services. And I'm so excited to be here and have this presentation. My co-presenter is Felix Pena. He's the Senior Data Support Manager at Open Contracting Partnership. And before we get started, I just want to take a moment to thank all the people who took the time to learn about open contracting, bought into this idea, and collaborated on this project, including Open Contracting Partnership, especially the work of Felix has been really invaluable in this process. And I can't speak highly enough of him. Hector, who's really been helpful in this process as well. We had students from Carnegie Mellon University as part of this project. And we're going to be collaborating with their Bureau of Technology Services. We've collaborated with Portland Parks and Recreation and others. And so this work wouldn't be possible without them. All right, to kick it off, this is our Open Contracting Data Standard presentation. Handing it over to you, Felix.
Thank you, Jenny. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. So we can move on to the next slide. So I can begin with the definition of Open Contracting Data Standard. And well, Open Contracting Data Standard, or OCDS, is the acronym, is made of different pieces. And as you can see, the first one is open contracting, which refers to the practice of making public procurement open and accessible for all stakeholders. And it involves the participation of those stakeholders, such as the government agencies, citizens, civil society organizations, and companies, of course. And then in the next one, we have open data. It's the second part of the second piece of that definition, which consists of the disclosure of data sets so that they can be freely reused for anyone and for any purpose. So open data is data that is free to use. And in the next one, we have a data standard. And a data standard is a guide, is a set of rules in order to make data available under a specific format and with predefined data fields and with certain data types and so on. So the Open Contracting Data Standard, or OCDS, is a standard for publishing procurement processes information, so in order to make that information useful and reusable for anyone and for any purpose. And on the next one, we can share the full screen here, Jenny. You can click a couple of another one. Thank you. And so this diagram in the previous one, in this diagram, so we have just to illustrate what I mentioned, on the left-hand side of the screen, we have a box representing the electronic procurement systems, those systems that are used by government agencies and vendors in order to create submissions or in order to submit proposals and evaluate them in order to award contracts and so on, and many other functionalities. But the key aspect or the key feature of those electronic procurement systems is that they generate and store a lot of information about the procurement system, a lot of data that it's sometimes unorganized. And so on top of that, we applied the Open Contracting Data Standard in order to make that information useful, in order to organize that information and to allow many uses of it. And so once we have an OCDS, an Open Contracting Data Standard publication, users are able to perform data analysis, are able to monitor contracting processes and contracts implementation, for instance, and are able to use that information more broadly. And so in the next one, Jenny. Thank you. This diagram is another way to illustrate what I mentioned. It's just to show the role of the open contracting data standard between the data source and the decision-making process. Thanks to the data standard, we are able to organize and express the procurement information in a simpler way. And so in the next one, the open contracting data standard is being implemented in 40 countries around the world, and it's the only open data standard for publishing procurement information that has been endorsed by the G20, the G7, and many other international organizations. And you can see they are in the map that many European countries and a lot of Latin American, North American countries are implementing the OCDS. And so with that, I'll hand it over to you, Shani, to continue the presentation. You are on mute, Shani.
I'll figure it out one of these days. Thank you, Felix. Felix did a great job describing the open contracting data standard. So to understand why the city is implementing the open contracting data standard, I want to take a moment to talk about procurement. And before we move on to the rest of the presentation, I want to imprint on you how amazing public procurement is and how amazing our procurement staff at the city of Portland is. I know you're like, public procurement, you don't think of amazing and public procurement in the same sentence very often, but let me take a moment to convince you. I bet the work of procurement team has impacted you today. So did you happen to park your car and use the Parking Kitty app to pay for the parking? If so, you can thank procurement because they made that happen. Did you take any children to play on a playground in one of the city's amazing parks? If so, that was the work of procurement. Are you a Portland employee who enjoys working out of the newly reconstructed and earthquake resilient Portland building? That is also the work of procurement. Did you enjoy clean water when you brushed your teeth or showered this morning? Procurement had a role in managing the filtration water plants that provided you that clean water. More than the everyday critical services that procurement is central to and the city's ability to respond to the day-to-day stuff, they are so essential to also the emergencies that we face more often today than before. So that during the COVID-19 pandemic, procurement staff worked tirelessly to provide internet services to underserved Portlanders to access online education, receive life-saving updates, and watch Netflix. Procurement staff procured gift cards for food card programs that fed Portlanders. They procured personal protective equipment, diapers, and goods and services for homeless shelters. And they do this every single day. And it's not just procurement services staff, but all city employees who provide critical, important city services to Portlanders. Procurement ensures that city uses public money legally, responsibly, and equitably. The open contracting data standard would help us make data-informed decisions on this important work that gets implemented and managed through the city contracts. And so now that you understand like how important procurement is, we can get to understanding why mapping procurement data is important. The city is in the process of implementing the open contracting data standard. And when we do, we'll be the first public agency in the United States to do so. Portland is implementing the open contracting data standard because it aligns with the city's core values of anti-racism, equity, transparency, communication, collaboration, and fiscal responsibility. It makes data easier to share, compare, and analyze. And it makes it easier to reuse tools, reduce costs, and promote innovation. And my hope is that this project will open the door for other public agencies like Monoma County, TriMet, Metro, other agencies in the Portland region and in the country to reuse our data tools and map their data onto open contracting data standard. So let's take a moment to talk about procurement as a process. Does anyone here make purchases as part of their job? If you're a city employee, give me a virtual thumbs up if you do. No one? Thank you. Ocean, Hector?
Yeah, there's
Anyone
one
buy
person there.
food? Okay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So so if you've made so if you've made purchase at the city, it flows through procurement in some way. Can anyone name some of the major stages of procurement and contracting? And it's a bonus if you can name the software system that the data is stored. You can use the image on the screen as a guide. Before you can buy something like catering, what needs to happen?
I guess we need to identify what we need. I don't know.
Yeah, that's part of the planning stage. That's right. And that information is stored in the bureaus and bureau-specific systems. What happens after that? After you decide that you need catering?
Oh, we start trying to find vendors, right?
Yeah, you find vendors and you get quotes for them, and that's part of the solicitation process, right? What's after that? You get 3 vendors, you get your quotes. What happens?
Well, then we need to select that one.
Yeah.
The vendor.
So usually our solicitation is stored in BuySpeed. So that's another system, right? And so the stage after that is the award stage. This information is stored in SAP. The next one is, next stage after you award is that you have a contract of some kind. For catering, we typically don't write up a full-blown contract, but that email that you send between yourself and the caterer that you award to, that in itself serves as a contract about terms and services, or what's to be provided at what time, and all the terms and conditions of that. And so for like formal contracts, that's stored in Content Manager, also known as, formerly known as TRIM. And then the implementation of some of our contracts, professional and construction contracts, professional services and construction contracts are stored in our contract compliance reporting system, otherwise known as B2G. And so why is the City of Portland implementing OCDS, or Open Contracting Data Standard? Because for each of these major stages of our procurement contracting process, we store it in a different system. When we implement Open Contracting Data Standard at the city, clean data for each stage of this process will be stitched together into a single cohesive system, and the information will be available for download either via CSV or JSON format for all the data visualization experts out there at the city to be able to use and reuse those tools. Well, once we have this stitched together, there are other questions that we're able to answer. And so let me throw out some more questions out there. Does anyone know how much the city contracts each year? You would know if we had that dashboard up. You could just pull it up and look at it. But we contract about $800 million each year. So let me turn this question over to you. Why should Portland implement the Open Contracting Data Standard? How could you use this data to improve the work that you do, whether you're in the city or outside of it? I know y'all thought that you could just sit there and listen to me and not have to interact, but you are wrong. I will I will patiently wait here until I get one answer.
Monitor in the chat. Somebody put to monitor.
I have it monitored. I have been looking at the chat. Yeah. So that we can monitor, right, the spend that we make into whom, that we can be held accountable to those decisions that we make in the city. But here are some other ideas. There's lots of staff time spent on public records requests that can be reduced. There's lots of staff time spent on procurement and contract reports each year, especially around this time during fiscal year end, but also throughout the year. This can be automated. We have charter reform going on right now, and the city can seamlessly transition our procurement data from our old form of government that has 29 offices and bureaus to the 5 deputy city administrators that we're going to go to. Sound data can help us drive procurement decisions throughout the contract lifecycle and identify and quantify potential areas for improvement. And then we are in the process of implementing SAP Ariba. And so when we sunset BySpeed during our implementation, we'll have a method to capture and store historical data and seamlessly integrate it with our new system. We can conduct resource assessments that include project cycle time, staffing, and overall team capacity, so we have a better understanding of whether we're understaffed or overstaffed or just on target. We can create and maintain a Portland vendor directory that can identify current and potential vendors, the goods and services that they provide, their capacity, how they can help the city meet our anti-racist equity and sustainability goals. The directory can help city employees who spend money and prime contractors to help vendors and subcontractors. We can connect with new registered businesses with opportunities at the city of Portland. We can forecast upcoming procurement opportunities. We can develop a criteria for bundling or unbundling contracts, and really so much more. Here are some important considerations as we're implementing this process. We need to be very aware that privacy and security standards need to be upheld in this project. We need to look at cooperation, data training, and an overall culture shift when we implement this to make sure that people who can benefit from using these tools can be trained to do so and understand the culture shift that we're making as a result of it. We need to come up with solutions to data collection. We can map data onto the open contracting data standard, but if we're not collecting the right kinds of data in the first place, it's not gonna be helpful. And then another important consideration for this project is securing long-term funding for staffing and software maintenance. And so the chart that I have up here is just an example of like what it means to map data onto the open contracting data standard, that we collect all these types of information in our procurement process. And we have a way to clearly define it and be able to say, find where it is and say what it tells us or doesn't tell us. And so I want to talk to you about Portland's data publication journey onto the open contracting data standard. There's 4 major stages of this. The city of Portland has designed our implementation, we've mapped the data, and we are in the process of building our data set and publishing that data. The build phase of this project will happen until from now until my estimate is June of 2024 at the end of this fiscal year. And then between July and December of 2024, we're hoping to publish that data. And then really the fun part to me begins is when we can create those data visualizations and we can create tools that are going to make a big difference for city employees and others who would find use for this data. All right, to end this presentation, I just want to leave you with this slide here. Now that you have all this wonderful information about the open contracting data standard, what can you do with it? You can explore one of the 110 open data sets in the Open Contracting Partnership Data Registry. You can also get in touch with the Open Contracting Data team. And you can contact me to inquire about data services at the City of Portland and maybe map more of your Bureau's procurement and contracting data onto Open Contracting Data Standard. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for this presentation. This is very exciting, at least to me, and I think really impactful in general. One goal is that when we complete this project, the city of Portland is going to be the first American city on having this standard, so having available the contracting data. And so the standard is being implemented in different parts of the world. And in that regard, there has been some challenges, right, with implementing the standard in the US. I wonder, what are the main barriers for implementing this standard in the US? And maybe that's a question for Felix, from your experience.
Well, maybe it has to be with maybe the procurement system itself. I mean, it's quite different from other places and other regions, and that's maybe why it took a little bit more to introduce the OCDS and the open contracting partnership operations in or data operations in the US. Maybe that this is the main reason behind that. Because we haven't had the chance to implement the OCDS in the context of the US, but we have had the chance of developing many initiatives and projects that are also related with data in the US, but not with the OCDS. It's maybe it's a matter on how the OCDS is defined and designed, and that relationship with the American contracting systems, I would say.
Yeah.
But
okay.
I hope that.
Let me just stop the recording here for this presentation. Forgot about that. Usually I'm just keeping the presentation in one recording within Zoom. Anyways, yeah, thank you. There is a comment question in the chat, so I'm gonna read it. So less staff time spent on public record sounds great, but what about the revenue we bring in from that in the form of fees? Would we save more money overall despite reduced revenue from fees, or is this question not appropriate for this venue?
Hey, Ocean, can you come off mute and ask your question and maybe frame it differently? Maybe I'll have a better understanding of it, hearing it verbally.
Thanks, Jenny. Yeah, well, in the presentation, and I have to admit, I did miss part of it because I got pulled into another meeting, but I heard you say that that this work would reduce staff time spent on public records and answering public records requests. And oftentimes when we answer public records requests, depending on how big the request is, you probably know this, so I apologize if I'm explaining something you already know, but we charge fees for that. We charge fees for the staff time spent on those records. If we're spending less time, we're not bringing in any fees from that, so we're going to see a reduction in fees. But is that time not spent on public records and processing public records requests overall saving us more time and money in other areas? I don't know if that helped at all.
It did, yes. And so the public records request, like if I think that in the training that I received on that, there's a certain limit to how much time somebody can request. Like you could ask for like really big requests, like I don't know, I want all of the emails that city employees have had that has the word playground in it, right? Like that's a legitimate public records request because everything that we do at the city is owned by the public. And so if somebody wanted to put in that request, they certainly could, but to offset the cost of being able to fill such requests, if it takes me more than, I don't remember the exact number, but if it takes me as someone who needs to fulfill that request more than an hour to do so, then then there's a charge that we charge the requester in order to fulfill that request. So that what you're talking about in terms of like collecting less fees. And I just want to be clear that this is not all public records requests, right? This is only public records requests as specific to procurement services and procurement data. And so what I'm talking about in reduced staff time is that there's a lot of procurement staff time or even staff time within the bureaus in fulfilling these public records requests about information about specific projects or contracts or certain dollar amounts or things like that. That like when we implement OCDS and publish dashboards or other tools from it, that those things are just made available to the public. We can send them a link and then they can explore the data on their own instead of having to go through the onerous process of requesting that information and so on and so forth. Does that help, Ocean?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, there is so many different connections on why open data standards in general can be very useful for helping other services like public record requests. And that, at the end, it's just making all these different processes that we offer as city government more effective, more efficient, and at the end, it's going to benefit everybody. So from the public to the internal staff and processes. Um, Jeannie, Felix, I wonder about if you could just extend a little bit the social benefits of implementing this standard in general. For instance, there is in procurement, we want to make these services and the opportunities more equitable, right? So how this standard can help with that?
How do we make the systems more equitable?
How the standard, implementing the standard, is helping with that goal.
Felix, do you want to talk about it with open contracting partnership and how that's worked in other places? And I can take that question for the city specifically.
Yeah, basically, it's thanks to improving the data quality. And once in this case, the government has better data and better data quality, it's able to perform better data analysis and to conduct better decision making. And when I said data quality, I mean like having identifiers for certain companies such as small and medium enterprises or women-owned businesses. And so once you have that is allowed, partially at least, by OCDS, you are able to identify those companies and to perform programs in order to include those minority, let's say, companies into public contracting. But basically, thanks to data quality and data availability, you are able to develop a lot of programs and strategies in order to increase equity in the public market. But there are a lot of strategies out there.
Yeah, thank you, Felix. I realize I probably should have shared this question in advance so you were prepared, better prepared. But well, from my perspective, I knew the answer because I've been working on this. But from the open data perspective, it's just basically putting the information out there, right? So information about where the contracts are, who's getting those contracts, what's the amount of the contract. So everybody has on a fair play environment, basically, right? So we can actually creating that at this moment. Information is available, but it's not really out there, right? So people need to dig a little bit, and those already engaged, those are the ones who are getting the information of contracts and everything, right? So it's by making it more open and transparent, we're actually letting others, particularly small businesses, minority-owned, women-owned, people of color-owned, people with different abilities in general, having access to that information. That's from my perspective, from the open data perspective, that's the important thing. All right, well, Jenny, final thoughts.
Dive in a little bit deeper on what you're saying is that there's a phase in the procurement process that I had shared, like around planning and solicitation. And part of that work is to do like a really good market analysis to understand who's in the marketplace, who's available to do the work, and who's willing to do the work at the city of Portland. And so like there's enormous outreach efforts that need to be made when we're reaching out to minority-owned and women-owned businesses. And if we can match up that data between what the city's certification office has for COVID certified businesses with the availability of work at the city, it's like that kind of data matchup provides a kind of magic to help us really understand and get the right pricing and the right availability in order to recruit more of those women-owned and minority-owned businesses.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, both of you. Thank you for joining this morning. All right. So let's get ready. Yeah. let's get ready for the next one. So let's just have a minute of transition, and we will be back. All right. So 1 minute of transition. We are back. This conversation is gonna be really, really good. It's something that we all need to know. We are gonna be talking about ethics, and we are gonna be talking about data and how to do not only the right thing, but and also in the right way, right? So ethics is so complex. And yeah, Hank, please come in. Yeah, join. And let me start. All right. So thank you so much, everyone who's joining this morning final individual presentation. So I'll be introducing Han Ipser from the Willamette University here in Portland. And Han and I we met because of the context of some classes that he's providing, giving at the Willamette University around ethics, and around ethics, data, technology in general. And I asked him to share some of that knowledge with all of us, with our community. So, Hank, please jump in. And yeah, we are looking into your presentation.
Yeah.
Yes, right. Go.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, thanks a lot, Hector. I'm really honored to be here, and I just wanted to acknowledge Hector as part of the inspiration for what I'll be talking about, and also Justice Eaglesmith. They both serve on the Artificial Intelligence Advisory Council for the state of Oregon, and I saw a talk by Justice a little bit ago, and so I just want to acknowledge I'm using some of his examples today. So today I'm going to be kind of going through. Actually, I want to say, I guess, a little bit more about me. So yeah, Hector and I met through this class that I was teaching, and he was gracious enough to speak to my class on data ethics, and that's a recent interest of mine. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's a long-time interest of mine. It's a recent, more professional interest of mine to get into teaching data ethics. My background is in statistics, and in teaching statistics, I've thought for a long time about ethical implications around using data for different forms, and just broadly, statistics and data science, I think, are seen as kind of objective fields. And as I'd like to talk about today, there are many parts of the data lifecycle where ethical considerations come in decision making. And my talk today will focus somewhat on negative parts of data ethics, how things can go wrong. And I just want to also acknowledge the speakers today that I've been very interested in hearing, and about the good things, the positive directions that we can take in making good decisions around data ethics. So here's a little quick outline, some introductory remarks, and then I'll jump into talking about what the data lifecycle is, and give some examples of some pitfalls, and some thoughts about what we can do and what is being done in the area of data ethics. And then I'll finish with some concluding remarks and some links to various resources if you're interested in learning more. So about data ethics, and I included data a little bit parenthetically because I guess I wanted to say a little bit about just ethics in general, having to do with rules and guidelines for right and wrong behavior. Most ethical problems are not so simple. If there were a right or wrong answer, then it would be a little bit easier. But I would like to frame the ethical decision-making process as being a weighing of the benefits with the potential damage in the use of data. And as we use data for more and more things, the stakes become higher. So it is important for us all to be vigilant about minimizing harm in this area. And I thought I'd also, the right side of this slide, thinking about why we should care. Just as a quick little example to sort of spark your thoughts, to think about, if you would want more surveillance where you live. So would you want video taken, police patrols? These interventions may detect more crime and in some ways may make your neighborhood safer, but there are other consequences as well. And I'll talk a little bit about the consequences in areas such as predictive policing a little bit later. But so it's not I think it's not an easy question. Some people may have different opinions about it. Some people in your neighborhood may have different opinions about whether or not they want to have more or less surveillance in different areas. So these are the kinds of things that we might start to think about. It's not just crime that can be detected by surveillance that we care about. We might also care about white-collar crime and about spending more resources on detection of that and using perhaps technological algorithmic methods to try to detect anomalies that might suggest white-collar crime. So anyway, these are all, wrapped up in some ethical decisions that we may face. And thinking about the trade-offs, I think, is an important process for all of us to be engaged in. So yeah, so I'll look at 3 case studies here. There's a Amazon hiring algorithm that existed briefly that I'll talk about. I'll talk a little bit about predictive policing, and I'll talk about the kind of increasing use of generative AI in various forms. So I wanted to say a little bit about the data lifecycle. And in my course, this is something I kind of focus on from the beginning, is that we, as kind of a structure for understanding different aspects of data ethics. So to think about, and I've kind of broken it down more broadly into 3 categories of acquisition, which is kind of 1 through 3, the generation, collection, and processing part. Governance kind of overlaps in the processing, storage, and management part. And then what I'm calling storytelling. So these are, storytelling, I think, is not a word that's typically used in this realm, but I like talking about it in that way because I think there is an aspect to storytelling which is more subjective than what most people think of as data analysis. So whenever you do data analysis, visualization of data, interpretation of results, you are creating a narrative around what you think the data is saying. And that's mostly my focus as an academic is on that part and teaching the analysis part in particular. And for me, it's important that I reflect on how I teach the methodology and to sort of be aware that people may view this as an objective process, but there are lots of decisions that are made along the way. So, my thoughts on the slide here, the acquisition part should be as transparent and unbiased as possible. The bias in particular, you want to be aware that when you collect data, your data needs to reflect accurately different aspects of the community that the data comes from. And frequently in data collection, we want to be really careful about who gets into the data set and who doesn't get into the data set and what the potential differences might be between those people and how that affects the rest of the data lifecycle, how we look at the data. So there's that generation, collection part and the processing part. And there's a little bit of an overlap there that in the processing part, often you want to anonymize the data so you can't, figure out who that data is about. And that's an important part of, privacy and having agency for the people that are having their data collected, and assurance that it's not going to be used in a way that's harmful to them. So kind of talking through the governance part, there's also the security of the data. And I just want to appreciate the people that have been talking today about open data. Like, I think it is really useful and valuable, and there is a lot of good that can come of having greater use of data. And that's definitely, my field. I want to have all the data. But at the same time, it's important that the data be securely managed, and that people don't have information about them released generally that they don't want to have released about them. So this last part, I just want to say a little bit more about the storytelling aspect. Should be honest, curious. And there's this quote that I like, that most people use statistics like a drunk man uses a lamppost, more for support than illumination. And I think that that's very common, that people make a decision about what the conclusion is before they really honestly look at the data. And I think that's, important part of responsible data analysis, is to approach the data with an open mind and let the data tell its own story without forcing your own narrative onto the data. Okay, thanks. So that's a bit about that. And I want to kind of zip through a few examples of how things have gone wrong. So Amazon had this hiring algorithm that they used briefly to evaluate resumes. And they used the current employees as a database to train the algorithm. And so that algorithm sought to find resumes and candidates that were similar to the existing employees. So you can sort of maybe see what's wrong with that. And this is sort of ties into the acquisition part, that however you create the data set that's being used, maybe the algorithmic part, the data analysis part is objective, but if it's starting with data that contains certain biases, then that's problematic. So in this particular case, they didn't explicitly use gender in their in the scoring of the resumes, but because there were not very many women hired from women's colleges or that had played women's sports, those were attributes that were downgraded in the resumes. And this was especially true for the higher level job titles and the technical job titles, where there weren't very many female employees. So it's important to be aware of these problems. This is mostly a data quality issue, and this is a little bit of a theme through the examples I'm discussing, that the tendency will be to perpetuate whatever biases might exist in the current data. So in thinking about what data we're using, we have to be really careful about these kinds of issues around bias. So yeah. So predictive policing is another example I wanted to talk about a little bit. This is an area where not only do you get the problem of data quality, but you get kind of a feedback that happens. So if you use predictive policing to try to send the police to areas where it seems like, you believe that more crimes are being committed, it sort of seems like a good idea in terms of efficiency and keeping neighborhoods safe and whatnot. But the problem is that where you send more police, you will find more crime. Okay, regardless, even if crime is uniformly spread across all areas, if you have more police, you will find more crimes, and then you will think more crimes are committed in those neighborhoods, and then you'll send more police there because you think that's where the crimes are. And so you get this feedback. And once it starts, it results in over policing of certain neighborhoods, and you can't. It's very hard to then fix the process and to have the policing done in a way that's more equitable across different groups. There's this other part of that, which is that parole decisions are often made, at least a first pass at making parole decisions is made by using algorithms. And part of what those algorithms try to estimate is how likely is this person to commit more crimes in the future. And that may be different based on where that person came from. And so you may be, your parole decision may be based somewhat on aspects that have nothing to do with you or the crime that you committed. It has more to do with where you're from. And so once you have this system, then it is, again, it has this sort of feedback that you then don't release the people, and you don't realize that there's any issue with that, and sort of maybe obviously affects different groups differently based on race and income and different social attributes. So it's important that we, some of these things may be a little bit subtle and you don't know going in. You sort of maybe start out with a good intention, but a lot of these things can be highly problematic once you use data in these ways that you then think are objective. Okay, and I encourage any of you to speak up in the chat if you want. And then, yeah, I see Sandra's comment. Thank you. And last example I wanted to give was bias in generative AI and in search engines. And so generative AI, ChatGPT, Gemini is a new Google system. Bard is their old system. And Claude, if you haven't heard of Claude, Claude is a chat bot of sorts that was developed by a company called Anthropic. And I want to give them a little bit of a mini plug that the people that founded Claude were people that left OpenAI. OpenAI developed ChatGPT. They left OpenAI because they were concerned about kind of some of these ethical considerations. So they developed their own system called Claude, which tries pretty carefully to address some ethical considerations. So all of these generative AI systems, as well as search engines and news feeds, all use fairly opaque or black box algorithms that are reflective of whatever biases may be in the data that's used to train the algorithm. So, we all know that the internet is not unbiased. Some information gets into the news feeds more than others, and things that people are a little bit maybe controversial or kind of clickbaity may be amplified, and there may be minority viewpoints or speakers that are drowned out. And that might happen in a variety of different ways, but the bottom line is not so much exactly how it's happening, but the recognition that it is happening. So whenever you're using any of these things, you're going to get results, whether it's through ChatGPT or search engine or whatever, that are more reflective of kind of a dominant cultural viewpoint. And it'll be a little bit difficult to find out information about things that are maybe more diverse opinions. And so it's important to recognize this and to recognize the extent that you can kind of get around it by if you're dealing with something like generative AI, you can ask more direct, specific questions to try to get at more diverse viewpoints, but the kind of default will be kind of, again, this kind of dominant viewpoint. So anyway, I wanted to give all these examples to just illustrate kind of some of the pitfalls that can happen, and that we need to have greater transparency in the ways that we use data in order to like find these issues and try to correct them. So I also wanted to chat just a little bit about what we can do. And so I'm biased in favor of education and engagement. Did you want me to wrap up, Hector, or?
A little bit, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So we have time for questions.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, so I think it's really important to foster awareness of these issues. And if data is being used in your field, I know a lot of the people that are coming here today are using data in different ways, to think critically about the ethical issues in the data life cycle, and to hold people, institutions accountable, how you vote, do it in ways that reflect your values. And in addition to these guardrails that I mentioned here, I think it's important to have incentives and disincentives for those companies. So appreciate what you've put together here, Hector, around open data, and the people that I've really enjoyed hearing the speakers today, and some of these issues around data governance and responsible use of data. And my last slide is just a thank you, and I just put all my links in one place from different, if anyone wants to look in more detail at any of the examples that I gave or any of these other things. So thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Hank, for these different cases, and it's super complex, right? So right now, I think many people's feeds in terms of information are like feeling or like filled with all this news around artificial intelligence and what can get wrong, and can be very, very overwhelming, right? From the very human perspective of all that, how do you deal with that like saturation of information? So how do you manage all that on your personal experience?
Well, that's a hard one. I mean, I think it is important to try to seek out diverse sources of news and information. I tend to be, biased and interested in data-driven sources, data journalism, and yeah, I don't have a easy answer for that, but I think it is important to have diversity in where you get your information.
Yeah, different voices, different stories, different perspectives, which all can also be very overwhelming as well. But I think from the work that we're doing here in Portland, and we're starting like a little bit of conversation, but we're trying to build that. So we need community, right? So we are community, and we can have disagreements. We can have different world like views in general, and that's natural. But the important thing is having conversations and communications, right? Like being in touch with each other and trying to find that middle ground where we can just, be in the same place and the same city. I want to share something that a comment in the chat for those who are watching this recording or this live stream. I asked a question to attendees. So if you have anyone who has faced ethical issues in your work, and if you have, how do you deal with that? So there was a comment saying that yes, at times you can use data to support an assumption you have, which creates a biased view. So do you have any reaction to that, Hank?
Yeah, I think so Sandra's comment, I think, is appropriate. Like, I think that's very common that you have some belief and you gravitate towards both data and news sources that support your view. And I think that's a big problem with polarization in the world today, and that people are have different information because they are using different news sources, and that we have algorithms that amplify all of that and create more polarization. So I think that's all wrapped up in these ethical considerations of how these algorithms are being used in our lives.
Right. All right. Is there anyone who's attending live here? Any question or comment? All right. So while people start thinking about that, so I actually have a comment from the experience that we have in the day-to-day in the city, right? So there is something, we face ethical issues, ethical questions, right? Sometimes, and we also face public interest and public opinion. And, sometimes those are not really on the same page. Public interest from the legal perspective might actually um, puts us in a very hard position. For instance, when we need to release sensitive information because the law, because transparency law, that's the open side of things, right? It's actually mandating us to do it, right? And we are very aware that that could actually create harm. However, we need to do it, right? So there are some considerations like that, and that's because of public interest. There is a big case around, and particularly it could be around law enforcement, it could be around elections, democracy, it could be around economic interest. How do you see those contradictions sometimes? Like there is this big power, public interest, or big push versus the individual trying to do a good job.
Yeah, I mean, everything's evolving pretty rapidly around what what the law is, what you're required to release, and all that. And I think it's really hard. I think we should all, on some level, try to slow down and reflect a little bit, to try to do less harm, right? And I really appreciate what you're doing, what all the speakers today are talking about in terms of transparency and accountability. And I think it's really valuable for Portland to be an example of that. And Oregon more generally, I think, is doing good things. And a lot of the harm comes when data gets monetized and corporations have this pressure on to make money, which is sort of separate. And I think it's important to set an example of how things can be done well. But there is this balancing act, right, that you're talking about. Like it's a tough one, that you want to be open and transparent, but not, give away private information.
Right. All right.
So yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Hank, for joining this morning, this conversation. I know it's very tough. It's so complex. Half an hour is not enough. And for that, I think we are actually thinking about doing something in May just to talk about artificial intelligence, to talk about ethics, to get together, right? So stay tuned. Everyone, if you are interested on these topics, please reach out to us, to the Smart Cities program at the City of Portland. And then, yeah, we can coordinate some things locally. Perfect. Well, let's start the transition to the last segment in today's agenda. Let's try. We're going to be talking about data governance. And this session was actually pre-recorded. So the people, the great experts on data governance, doing data governance in the region, they were not available at this time to join live. So we need to be flexible. So please stay with me, stay with us. We are all going to watch together the recording at the end so we can come together and then have some minutes of conversation. So let me just start that transition for now and stop the recording too. All right. All right. Well, thank you everyone for staying with us. As I mentioned, so this is a pre-recorded session. We did this session last week, actually. A time that worked for everybody. So we have 4 amazing people. We have Catherine Helms, who is the Chief Data Officer for the state of Oregon. She joins a little bit later, so she's not at the beginning, just stay there in the recording, but she joins there. And then we have also Denise Whitney Dalkey, who's working for ODOT, the Oregon Department of Transportation at the state of Oregon. And Denise has been doing data governance, data management for also a really long time. And I joined her on this particular work group defining roles and responsibility around data. So which is a really important, obviously, is a component of data governance. Then we have Heather Farah, who's the data governance manager at Multnomah County. And Multnomah County has jurisdiction over so many different things in the region and here in the Portland region, right? So particularly the counties, they deal with public health data, the sheriff's on law enforcement as well. But public health, the public health services and shelters and emergency management, those are key components of the recovery and dealing with so many crises right now. And then finally, my colleague Mariah LeBeau. Mariah joined about a year ago our team, the Smart City PDX team at the City of Portland, and she is with Christine Kendrick, my colleague. She's been also both of them. They have been coordinating the work on data governance at the city. So let me share the screen and let's listen for now. Everyone to this amazing panel on data governance. Today we are celebrating the International Open Data Day. So you have seen already some of the presentations, and this is an amazing panel that we are putting together. So in Oregon, different cities, government agencies, they are working really hard on make sense of information that they need to handle. For many different reasons, and without guidance, without spaces for deliberation, without ways in which our government agencies can actually do that work, it's impossible, right? So that's where data governance comes in. And we have a very special panel with amazing people that are doing great work here and there. So let me start introducing everyone. So if you can actually introduce yourself when I mention your name, explain your work, and why did you start working with data? And let's start with Denise.
Hello. So my name is Denise Whitney Dalka, and I am the Chief Data Steward at the Oregon Department of Transportation. And what that means, I'm tasked with leading efforts around data strategy, data governance, data literacy, really just helping to mature agency data practices generally, and what does that path look like? And so that could be standing up and managing data governance roles and bodies, a whole range of things. I also founded an online community where public sector data leaders can actually interact with each other and help each other mature their practices as leaders as well. And how I got into data is I first started as an economist. So I was an economist for almost 20 years, initially in economic development consulting for government agencies, and then went to work for the Department of Transportation as an economist, and then have been really dealing with agency level perspectives on data and maturing agency practices for the last 10 years.
Yeah, thank you, Denise, for joining. Heather, please.
Yeah, so Heather Farah, and I am the lead for Multnomah County's data governance program. And so countywide coverage. And I've been there a year and a half. Before that, I was 20 some years working on federal government projects and for the federal government. A little bit of international time for international governments, but I've always been government. I started actually as a botanist doing systematics and taxonomy and genetics. And if you're into sort of taxonomies and how things relate, then data makes sense. And there's lots of ways you can arrange data and share data and understand data. My focus right now is building up the program at the county, which is pretty siloed by departments. And so I'm looking at it from an enterprise perspective and trying to get it not only folks within the county, but the public to engage with county information that's collected on their behalf. So.
Yeah, thank you, Heather. Mariah.
Hello, my name is Mariah LeBeau. I am the data governance lead for the city of Portland, so Heather's counterpart. And I started working with data when I thought that I wanted to have a PhD, and I went to work at a lab to get research experience, and I found that I loved doing the data analysis. I thought that was super fun, but all the labs I worked in, regardless of the size of the studies they were working on, there were always these struggles with data management. So I started playing with scripting and trying to automate some of those aspects of data management that seemed to be a big struggle. And that sort of led me on a path to studying library and information science. And from there, I've held a variety of jobs working with all aspects of data. So more analysis, building databases, training people in data management, working on open data projects, building data repositories, teaching data literacy. And all of this helps inform my work and the role as a data governance analyst for the city of Portland. So it's nice that I get to kind of draw on all those different skills.
Yeah, well, thank you everyone for sharing. The idea of this panel, so I'm going to be asking some questions just to guide the conversation a little bit. And in the first round of questions, if you can also add a little bit why it's important or the relevance of using data governance within the framework of the question. So that would be fantastic. So Denise, let me ask you, you have been involved in this really important work defining data literacy and roles and things for the state of Oregon, right? The whole state. You know, the human factor, staff and people who are working and involved in data is so important. So can you tell us about that a little bit and what is the relevance within the context of data governance of people?
Sure, absolutely. So really when we're talking about data governance, we're talking about data stewardship, right? And in a lot of ways. And stewardship is simply acting with intentionality, right? Actually having a sense of care about the way that you approach something that you have some responsibility for. That's really what stewardship is, right? And so really what data governance is something that helps define kind of the processes and the people and what it means to be careful and responsible for that thing, right? Which is data in this instance. And so people is a key factor, right? And so when you're thinking about people's roles, right, from a staff perspective, there's a whole bunch of roles, right, that staff are playing within organizations. And it could be from an analyst perspective, right? Your responsibilities would include making sure that you're looking at metadata and understanding what proper use of that data is about, right? That you have thought about the context around it and understand sort of the community's perspective, if it's data about that community itself. That if you have a place where you're not understanding the data you might be using, that you're reaching out to business experts. And then, of course, if you're creating derived data as an analyst or as a staff person working in a program area, now all of a sudden you're a data steward yourself in a different way, right? Which is you're responsible for actually creating that data documentation, for ensuring the data quality. And then, of course, as a user, also there's a quality aspect, which is if you find that there are data quality issues with something that you're working with, reaching out to the steward for that. So even as a staff person entering data on a timesheet, right, you're having an impact on data quality. So there are all kinds of ways in which as a staff person in an organization, you have some sort of stewardship role, and ultimately data governance is really just about being intentional about how you take on those responsibilities.
Yeah, I love that. That intentionality is so valuable. Without that intention, everything just keeps in the loose. So let me welcome Catherine Helms, our Chief Data Officer for the state of Oregon. Catherine, can you introduce yourself and then as a icebreaker? So why did you start working with data originally? And while we are there, the first question for you is why data governance is important at the state of Oregon level?
Yeah, sure. And so for context, I'm Catherine Darnell Helms. I'm the Chief Data Officer for the state of Oregon. So I help set the executive branch agencies like state data strategy and trajectory for how we use and share and engage with data governance. My journey to data, I think, is a little unique. So I think most chief data officers come from a very strong like technical data and analytics background, but I actually have a background in librarianship, and I got really invested in data as a consequence of being really first focused on specifically human rights archives. So a lot of my graduate school work and a lot of my initial career work was around consulting in communities and countries that had experienced human rights abuses, genocide, areas where there might be a need for repatriation, healing, testimony, and worked with organizations to steward government records that may be evidence of human rights abuses in a way that allows them to tell their story and reclaim a lot of that narrative. And so I became interested specifically in government records and the ways that government records and data are created and how that affects constituents. I think we forget sometimes when we drive our car or just walk down our street or engage with public services that all of that involved giving data to the government to either obtain a service or getting data or getting cash to the government so they have money for those services, but also that flow of our own personal data and how we exist as data subjects within government. You don't think about it until you really have to think about it, right? You experience a loss in your family and have to engage with vital records, or you experience housing instability and have to navigate 20 different programs to find what you need in terms of childcare or at-home support or counseling or health services. So I really started in that area of being mostly invested in how government can be managing our data and our records better on behalf of our constituents who trust us with this really personal information in order to receive the services that they're entitled to and that are benefits that we are supposed to provide to them. So after moving to archives, I worked for the city of Austin for a while, doing a role very similar to what I do now, so focusing on open data and data governance. And I think I answered a little bit of why data governance matters for the state, but I think specifically as we see Governor Kotek's strategic priorities, I think, are a great example. So as Governor Kotek has become really focused on areas like housing and behavioral health and addiction and treatment and public safety, we're seeing areas where agencies are either collecting similar but slightly different data and therefore can't interact and share meaningfully, or we're finding places where we haven't been able to be as responsive to the needs of our constituents because we may not know what we have, or we may not have put it into formats where it's accessible. So when I think about data governance, I think mostly about just, are we able to effectively find our data? Are we able to use it to improve the lives of our constituents? And also, do we have the ability to share with our constituents how they are represented in that data and how we are using it? So I think it's this full circle of making sure that the people who exist within our data systems see how we're using that data for their benefit, and also making sure that they have the self-determination and the education, and that we're transparent so that they can tell us how they feel about it, right? As we think about the ways that we engage with social media and other websites, people really are concerned about privacy. And these are spaces where, again, government collects a lot of this data, and we need to think really carefully about how we govern and steward and shepherd it on behalf of the people that trust us with it.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That's really inspiring. Now let me go to more local government level. Heather, you are working with the Multnomah County, and can you tell us a little bit about how data governance is like working on the benefit of what the county is doing? You are on mute.
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, so we're sort of a junior program here. It was a space of not having anyone in the role for a few years, so I'm kind of starting from scratch. So right now we are working on the stewardship aspects. Some of that was already established in a few of the departments. But I guess maybe a better answer is kind of what I'm doing right now today, controversial as it is. I am IT lead for the fentanyl crisis in downtown Portland. So helping the business get the resources that they need to find the data. And one of the big roles that I play in there is making sure that people's privacy is protected, because we're talking about people's health records, and we're talking about substance use disorder, which has some of the, I would say, better protections around it, and very important ones, because we don't, some of the protections around substance abuse is that it's not shared with law enforcement. And so when we're dealing with issues downtown, which are law enforcement, emergency management, and things related, making sure that your information is protected is really important. So I oversee and make sure that we are not breaking any of those rules, and that people's privacy is protected, and that we're focused on health outcomes and finding the gaps in the services. So data governance is a way of aligning your business strategy and often having those conversations to get them to business strategy. And then taking that business strategy and saying, what data is going to help us the most? And what will determine often in these very cross-functional attempts to fix issues, and I'll say those just keep increasing. Every year we think of new ways to address problems that are cross-functional. In all these cross-functional relationships, you're having people meet in a room under a short time limit to solve a problem that often have never met before. Their data is not in a semblance of order to combine besides a little snapshot. And so governance helps move the needle a little bit, so that you stop having just a snapshot and then you're done. You've got your annual report and you're done, and moving things into automated processes where we can have the live dashboards and things that people started seeing during COVID. Yeah, so the benefit there is helping people learn to find strategy, get the right data. We don't want to keep collecting the data of the past. You know, very often we're collecting data that we don't use. So one of my roles is to question, why are we collecting this? Do we need this? And limiting the amount of information that we're continually asking the public and finding ways so the public interacts and it doesn't have so much responsibility put on them to ask and answer the same questions over and over. So it's aligning the resources to make it easier for the public.
Yeah. Oof, it's complicated, right? Well, thank you so much for all the work that you're doing. Now let me ask Mariah, and I've seen your journey. We are colleagues. We work together at the City of Portland. I've seen your leadership also and taking the task of like going around people, chasing them here and there. So data governance is about making decisions at the end, right? So and there is different stakeholders, groups, and people that we need to talk. So can you share a little bit about what are the strategies that the City of Portland and the data governance team in the City of Portland has been taking on reaching agreements around data?
Sure, yeah. So the city started a formal citywide data governance program a year ago this month. And for us, the overarching idea of data governance is formalizing an organization's behavior and trying to guide the processes for the management of data to just ensure that it's findable and usable, like at a basic level. And the way that we're approaching data governance to get everyone on board with data governance decisions is to try to involve as many people as possible in the decision-making process. Now, this is obviously not the fastest way to make a decision. You know, in an ideal world, the fastest way to make a decision would be me. I'm like taking in the data landscape at the city and I unilaterally just make some decisions about the program, set policies for our data practices. But that would never be successful at most organizations, but definitely not in an organization as large and diverse as the City of Portland structure is. And so those policies would just languish, ignored. They'd exist, they wouldn't be followed. So with the current city government, I've already heard this word once. I think, Heather, maybe it was you. It's quite siloed. So, you know, within these silos, we have more mature data behavior. We have folks who have established data governance programs, but we also have these smaller and less resource silos that they don't have data program. They might not even have a dedicated data analyst. So we have to be able to find something that's going to work across the board, not interfering with those established systems that are already working, but also something that's implementable for the smaller teams. So what our approach has been is we have created a citywide committee that has representatives from most city bureaus. And this committee serves as a direction setting and decision-making body. So the people who serve on it, they're supposed to act as a conduit between the committee and what we're talking about in their bureaus. And they're supposed to elevate concerns that they are hearing from their colleagues and take back drafted policies, best practices, ideas that we have as a committee to get feedback from the people who are actually on the ground and doing that work, and then bringing those thoughts back to the committee to help inform the direction that we're taking. And then the way that we're developing the actual initiatives and policies that the committee decides we want to pursue, the nitty-gritty work of that. So for instance, setting up a citywide metadata standard, we will form a work group that actually does that kind of hands-on work of developing it and deciding what that looks like. And that's composed of a mix of committee members and just general staff who aren't on this data governance committee. And maybe they don't have a formal data governance role, so they have a different perspective. And for each initiative we form a different work group. So we continue to broaden both the awareness of what we're working on, but also the perspectives that we're able to bring in on these projects. And we're also building in consultation with community and community partners to get feedback from the people outside of our just government bubble into what the decisions we're making, whether or not that makes sense for the constituents. And so the hope is that overall with a process that's this kind of rigorous in process, that when we do find agreement, we are going to have greater buy-in for the decisions that we've made, which should increase the likelihood that the program itself is successful.
Yeah. Well, thank you. It's a lot of work doing all that coordination. It just takes time, right? So the next question is for everybody, and it's a little bit creating a space for creativity and imagination. Because if you had something like a magic wand or something like that, what is your ideal scenario for data in general? Of course, considering data governance in this case. So how is ideally would work in your context? And let's start with Catherine.
So it's silly, but the only thing that could come to mind is governing, like that data is governed according to its need and ability, like for each according to their need and ability. But what I mean by that is the world of data is immense. And I think, especially as I think about my peers at the table, the questions that we grapple with around data are not just like the privacy of substance abuse data, but it may also be I maintain a random spreadsheet of nonprofits that I call to get an estimated, operating budget for each of them when we do our grant proposal submissions every year, something along those lines. And so not every piece of data needs every component of governance, and we don't have to treat everything like it is the gold standard. So as we think more strategically about the business challenges that we want to address, it's helped to channel those priorities and say, well, if housing is the number one critical priority that we're focusing on, then it's bringing together the agencies that have data and programs that support housing stabilization or homelessness services or whatever other wraparound services are needed, and governing that data to be responsive to the business priority. What I would love to see too is a future where we have community partnership and constituents and people with lived experience. So meaning people who have experienced homelessness, people who have had to go through the process of applying for benefits, people who have received WIC benefits, and have them with a seat at the table to talk about their experience interfacing with those systems, their experience of understanding how decisions that were made based on their data affect them, and also give that opportunity to share, I'll say share power, but really share that leadership and collaboration with community organizations and other folks who are impacted by state data collection. So right now we're really at the beginning of what does that picture look like? Like, are all of the horizontal and vertical structures for governing data in place? But it's important to me to articulate that the roadmap item is to eventually get to a point where you're, community informed, if not community centered in your data governance within state agencies. And just like Mariah's observed, I mean, we have Denise here who works for the Oregon Department of Transportation, a very mature data governance program, has a chief data officer, has a data strategy. We have other agencies that have not been able to build anything. And it may not be, it's not about the agency, but it's just about resourcing capacity and time. If you're an agency of 6 FTE, you're not going to hire a chief data officer, right? And it doesn't make sense to have someone be a chief data officer in that scope. So to me, that perfect vision of data governance is that what is governed appropriately for its priority and its level of criticality and for what it helps us, build in the future, and also that we make that space to share in decision making and collaboration with our communities and constituents.
Yeah, fantastic. Denise.
Sure. So kind of building on some of what Catherine said. So whether you're an individual contributing data to an organization, or you're somebody on the organizational side who's developing a mechanism for collecting data or managing data or using data, for me, the ideal scenario is everybody sort of recognizing they have a role, right? And then having some sense of what it means, right, to act with intention and responsibility within that role. And then where organizations have the capacity, right, because Catherine was talking about where lots of different sizes of organizations, and depending on the jurisdictional level too, right, But there are people in those organizations or across them that are helping to set expectations for good practices, but also put mechanisms in place to help support good practices. It's not enough to say, do better. You have to help people do better, and you have to really meet them right where they are. Make the conversation meaningful for them, whether you're talking to a community member or somebody in a siloed part of your organization who thinks data governance is a weird word and doesn't get the names of the roles that you picked out, right? So it's really meeting people right where they are and helping everybody kind of move forward. And that just requires lots of good communication, really great listening, helping people understand how their priorities relate to what you're trying to do. Back to, you know, some of the examples that Catherine was giving about either if it's transparency or my personal information, or if it's my business line, right? Why does this matter to you? And so in my ideal setting, you've got, you know, got all those pieces, people understanding their responsibility, people helping facilitate those more mature practices and transparency, etc.
Yeah. Wow. Heather, what are your thoughts on the idea of scenario?
I'll take those two, and then let's see, I'll up at one. Let's see. My dream is that, you know, it was something I was working on in federal, and I don't know when I'll be able to get to it for county, because we're not even as far as the city as far as getting our committee or our board put together. I'm still socializing, you know, governance around and talking about engagement, but I really am driven by data engagement. And for me, that means, you know, as a member of the public, I'm also working for the public. Like, I want to know where my information is. You know, I'd like to know how many people have their hands on it, how it's being shared. I do have concerns as a member of the public of where my data is being used and how it's being absorbed and consumed and reported. And at the same time, I want that information. I gave it to you. I don't want to pay for it again to see my own data come back out. And so we don't have an open data program at the county. It was something that I worked on in federal, and, you know, I hope that we move swiftly, you know, at our own pace, right? But towards an open data program, so that we're not just doing our annual and quarterly reports, but people can look at these dashboards and download the data. We don't have even a platform for doing that right now. So it's a bit of a technology wrinkle, and it's a bit of getting people around the fear of data not being perfect as government staff, because no data is clean. We do our best, and that's all that can be expected. And, you know, getting people out of that fear that it doesn't have to be 100% perfect to give it back to the public. I think that's when we start really using data and making decisions with data and having more public engagement, because now they can say, why are you using that data to make this decision? Or that data doesn't prove anything. Like, what are you doing? Because right now we're often driven by these initiatives and things from, you know, that are on an election cycle. And, you know, you have short time frame to produce. And I will say that very often people just reach to the federal data because they have a lot of open data to come up with their thesis on how they're going to approach things. And I'd love to see county data and things that are more specific to us used for these decision makings, not national data. So, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Mariah, what about you?
I agree with all of this. So what I haven't heard, ideal scenario for good governance starts with number one thing, that data is seen as a valuable asset at the leadership level, such that there is an interest in treating it such and allocating resources for the maintenance of it as though it were a physical or tangible asset, that you would, you know, of course, want an inventory of your assets. You would want to know the health of your assets, and you would want to know, are they performing optimally? Is this one still good? Do we need a new one? Do we already have one? We would have a great interest in answers to all of these questions. And then with that in place, the second part would be that kind of mindset then influences all of the levels down below it, so that the folks who work with data as a part of their job, it wouldn't be seen as this like superfluous task that someone like me is begging them to do, but it's, you know, it's baked in. It's an obvious thing. Of course you would want to do this, and you have time in your position dedicated to it. And when you have that leadership buy-in that, like, yes, this is an asset, we want to have people making sure that we're taking care of it, that then you end up with that baked into positions because it's recognized that there is like a labor and a time cost involved. And I think that in an ideal scenario, I would have that as a base layer to be able to build all of these other aspects in.
Yeah. Well, I love that because we have been like looking into these ideals, but also very practical things within the ideals. So we are a little bit starting to wrap up, and the next questions are going to be in like couples a little bit. But you know, the next question is for Catherine and Denise, and if you are talking directly, you work with the whole state, right? So you are talking directly to Oregonians. And what would you tell us as Oregonians? What are the benefits of data governance at the state level, and how we are able to participate in that? Catherine, Denise?
Yeah, so in terms of like getting involved and excited about the state's approach to data governance, if you're interested in following the chief data officer, you can always search for the Data Governance and Transparency Program on the Enterprise Information Services website. I will pass my contact information along to Hector as well, so that folks can contact and email me. But we regularly try to release items for public comment. So Denise actually led a work group for a data literacy framework for the state that produced an awesome framework report, and we've received some wonderful public comments. And so we are continually like creating artifacts and making sure that we create opportunities for folks to provide that feedback. I think if you are a constituent and you're just really curious about government and how government data works, I'm also always happy to answer questions. You know, transparency is in my program name, so I try to make sure that I really hold close to that. And then other areas are, you know, we are starting, the governor has just created an executive order with an AI council. So if folks are particularly interested in how data and artificial intelligence impacts them as constituents and what the state is considering as an approach to AI. There is a Governor's Advisory AI Council of Oregon, and their first meeting is March 19th. So you can actually get in early if you want to see, and there's opportunities for public comment and sharing. Those are kind of the best mechanisms to get engaged and involved. Another network that I would plug absolutely that I have very little to do with, but I think they're doing amazing work, is the State of Oregon Research Academy, SORA. So if folks go to OregonResearchers.org, I believe, you can find the State of Oregon Research Academy, which is a coalition of researchers within all state agencies and some in public sector work. This is also a place where I channel folks who are just interested in how data research analysis are done in government. They have meetups, they have open sessions, they have a listserv you can subscribe to. We have some folks on my staff who sit on their executive committee, so we try to do some joint sessions and learning and updates from my team as well where possible, but that's a really great place to just find that community of research and just learn and hear more about, you know, what the diverse agencies are doing as it relates to data and research in Oregon.
And I would just add simply that really the benefits for citizens, right, of data governance at the agency level really is that we get more effective, right? Whether it's just efficiency around data itself, we've been talking about not collecting things from citizens over and over again, to making better decisions, you know, being able to have increased transparency, improving our own learning as organizations. All of those things really rely on good data practices, and which is what data governance is about, right? And then also on the data governance and transparency site that Catherine hosts is access to the Oregon Open Data Portal, right, for state agencies. And while ODOT, unfortunately, is a little bit behind in publishing our data. We are trying to improve our publishing practices. So if you want to access the data itself, right, that we're collecting on your behalf, that's a great resource as well to go and see. And of course, there's a geo portal as well if you want kind of more geographic data. So if you want to be able to access and understand sort of what kinds of data that the organizations have, that's also an option. But really, the better we get, right, the more mature we get at our data practices, and the better our interoperability is from a data perspective and an operations perspective, the more benefit individuals and the communities at large get from the work that they're paying for us to do.
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you so much. And Heather, Mariah, at the regional local government level, you know, how data management is different, you know, can be different. And what is the, you know, you heard at the state level all that, but I feel like locally there is a lot of more direct services offer, things like that, right? And could you also share what are your main challenges for that?
So this one is definitely been part of I'm still in the learning curve of county. Many things were a lot easier in federal because federal does a lot of data collection and putting out open data and their solid survey tracking, you know. There is some integration across departments, but they're usually, you know, large projects with lots of people. At the county, a department, I'm not joking when I say it could be one person sometimes, and they're a team. I am a program lead and I am the only actual staff of it. So the work is, the load is a lot heavier, I will say that. The demand for data governance is that we're kind of situated in the middle as the county. So we have the city is smaller below, and then we have state and federal, and we've got to share data in all those directions. And metro, you know, we've got to share it in all these directions. So the integration and having to report up and down and over to the side, the complexity is a lot higher when you're in these smaller governments. And then also the staffing and resources are lower. And so a lot of our work is actually done through partnerships with nonprofits and local businesses, and trying to wrangle data when you're working with folks that aren't even staff. It's another layer of complexity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think similar to Heather, I'm the only paid staff member in the city full-time governance at the citywide perspective. And, you know, all the committee members I described, the work group members, they're all trying to build this on top of their existing jobs. So that's just tough. And budgets are really tight. We're in a cuts environment in the city right now. And data governance is not a shiny, hip, cool thing. And it's also not like a really immediate issue unless you're, you know, immersed in it like we are. And given some of the challenges that the city is facing, it's definitely, you know, in the bucket of nice to have when held up against the essential city services that we're looking at cutting. So in addition to that, we, as I think most folks know, are undergoing a city transition related to the Voter Pass initiative to revamp the whole structure of the city government. So we're operating in an environment with a lot of unknowns about what the city, the org chart's going to look like in a year, 2 years, and having that level of uncertainty reduces staff bandwidth generally. And, you know, reduced bandwidth makes it hard to take on additional work on top of your regular job. And it also can make it harder to convince people to invest in something that is based on the current structure, knowing that it could be totally moot in 2 years. And we're trying to, build out a program and work. We know that it's not a surprise. So we're trying to build a program that's as flexible as possible, but it's still a challenge that's present.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we have reached the end in general of this conversation, but I cannot say enough about how lucky I think uh, Oregon and the government here is, having all of you part of this work. And I think I know all of you. Obviously, I'm very biased, but because of that, I also know that you are putting a lot of effort. You're getting all this, what you have. You're putting together all these different resources, and moving forward the all this work that is very important, particularly considering how industry and technology is evolving constantly around, I mean, in the whole world, and just all these different crises that we are living every day: climate, housing, economic, name it, right? So thank you so much for all the work. And just to wrap up, would you like to share something, final thoughts for this?
Yeah, I got one because Catherine, she put the little bait out there. We're also working on AI policy at the county. And what better argument for good data quality and governance than AI? Because when you're talking about using AI, you've got there's much more concern around ethics of how your data is being consumed. We don't know how the decisions are being made in these models. And then there's outputs. And it's coming into all of the software and tools that we use today. So I think there's no better time to push a program for data governance than right now, because we don't want bad data going into these models and coming out and teaching us to be more racist, for example. And we already have examples of that going awry with purchase products. So yeah, very important stuff.
Yeah.
And I would just say too, in increasingly sort of constrained environments, whether we're talking about budget or time, right? Making sure that we're really focusing on the right things and that our programs are effective really requires good data also, right? And so some of the same considerations. And so even though we're less likely to grab the attention as data governance professionals than as some of the more immediate needs, it's really crucial, right? In order to meet those more dire needs, that we are working with good data and that we are being efficient and effective in our practices. And so even though it's less attention getting what we do, it's just as crucial to that kind of effectiveness in providing for citizens of Oregon.
Yeah, Mariah, Catherine, final thoughts?
I mean, I think just tacking onto Denise and then also Mariah's comments about, the challenge of advocating for investing in data. The goal of good data governance is that it is a well-oiled machine, in which case your stewards really aren't full-time, or your impacted folks are not full-time all day in data governance doing the work of data governance, but there is a buy-in period where you have to build those structures so that they can operate. And I think that is definitely a place where it can be easy, as we think about budgets or priorities, to miss those opportunities to give ourselves greater efficiency because we're worried about kind of that initial startup investment. And I think those are places where, as we think about the importance of data governance for our constituents, right? Are you spending my tax dollars wisely? How can you prove it? Is this program that I have enrolled in actually going to give me the job training I need to increase my quality of life? Can you prove it? A lot of that comes from research and engagement and understanding our data. And so I think there's an important feedback loop and accountability structure that both Denise and Mariah have talked about that can be difficult when we do come up against, well, if we are cutting a vital social program, obviously data governance needs to be deprioritized, but there may also be opportunities to invest a little in data governance and improve the operational efficiency of that program, so it may cost less to run in the future.
Thank you. Mariah, final thoughts?
I totally agree with all these other final thoughts. They're great. I guess I'll only add, since I can't see the audience, they're invisible, that if anyone has further questions, I'm happy to answer them over email.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, all of you, for your time, for sharing your expertise, for doing the work that you do. And yeah, this is a recording. It's not live, but definitely we are going to add ways in which the audience and people who are watching this video can actually reach out to your offices and ask questions directly. Well, with that, so we conclude our Open Data Day celebration. And thank you so much, all of you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Hector.
Hector. Thank you. Nice to see you.
All right. So just watch the recording. That was amazing. I mean, I really enjoyed the conversation, honestly. We don't have them today, but let's take a few minutes and see if any of you have any reaction, any questions. I'll do my best. Or do you want to share something on this? We are live streaming, and to our group joining live in this meeting. Feel free to jump in before we wrap up. One thought that I have just is that we still, as part of this celebration, we still need to make the connections with what's happening in the community, right? With what's happening outside the government. One of my goals for this celebration was actually inviting some of these different groups in the community that are doing their own data management. They are doing also going through their own data governance, data management challenge in their organizations. That's a piece and a component that we should consider. And hopefully next time we can hear from them. We can hear those perspectives as well. So that's a promise. Yeah, thank you. Well, in the chat is thanking for organizing this event. Yeah, of course, this is part of building community. Excellent. Well, with that, if there is no one who's really want to share, so let me wrap up today's activities. Thank you so much for spending 4 hours, a little bit more this morning with us. This is a live stream, so the full video is going to be available there, but also we are going to be doing some edits and extracting individual presentations so people can use them, refer to, and be part of literacy materials in general. So we are also creating this digital paper trail around. So thank you so much. Happy Open Data Day, and keep doing data responsibly. Bye for now.
Hector,
Oh yeah,
can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, my name is Gulnara. I sent you email. It's really first of all, of course, thank you so much for organizing this amazing day. You know, it was very helpful. It was very supportive. I sent you email. If it's possible, can you read email?
Yes, well, all the information, I will be responding emails, yes, and all the information from the presentations is going to be available. Like I'm going to be asking for the presentations, the slides themselves, and links attached to that. Yes.
Thank you. I sent it a week ago, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Thank you.
I'll check it out. Thank